It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only if you see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
What's up, everybody? I was ready to start, and then my dog kind of had a bad day yesterday. Started barking. Need to just double check he's not barking at anything that needs attending to. He doesn't always bark at things that need attending to, but then again, he doesn't always bark at things that don't need attending to. So, no, probably one of those. You gotta just trust your gut instinct. CCC in the chair.
And now I'm back home. Back in the fortress. In the Heretic's Confessional. And we're on a Saturday cookup. It's a Saturday cookup, folks, and I've already been cooking. So why don't we take a listen?
And I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm done with excuses.
This is from Rigel's live stream on Friday, yesterday.
I'm going to put that like that. So you know there will be an end to this madness. Okay, so 5 minutes, and this is free jazz. We'll start, guys.
Free jazz.
Okay, so 5 minutes. This is free jazz, you guys. Okay. Free jazz, y'all. Okay. Yeah.
So I'm just going to chop up his free jazz, make it a little bit more of a hip hop beat. And we'll be cooking. Like always, if you've got some sort of video you'd like me to sample, some sort of idea, feel free to. The best way to do it is to send it to me on Discord. After that, if you follow me on X, you could also send it to me there. If you're CC, who doesn't have any public opinions on which videos should be sent my way, you can always try to point us towards it in the comments. If you're a mod, then you should be able to post a link in the comments and we'll take a look. But with great power comes great responsibility, mods. I can unmod you as soon as I modded you. What's up, Joe? Joe with the yo mo. How's it going, Joe? I'm sure I'll drop the link at some point, but I kind of want to get some work done on this beat first. So thanks for hanging with me while I do that.
Jazz.
That's
That's what we need.
Jazz. 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 That's a walking bass line right there.
It is a walking bass line. Jazz. The jazz gets me every time. I'm not gonna lie. The jazz gets me every time.
Jazz.
What's up, Tayo?
Jazz. 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 Jazz.
Just got the notification for Tayo liking something I sent him on Instagram. That's pretty funny.
Jazz.
Midstream, mate. You got me in your ears, and you're looking at the memes I sent you.
Jazz.
think he needs some drums. Well, listen to what we had from the beginning.
I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm done with excuses. I'm just going to jump in so you know that there is an end. Look at that. I'm going to put that like that. So you know there will be an end to this madness. Okay, so 5 minutes, and this is free jazz. We'll start, guys. Start the combo. Okay, so 5 minutes. This is free jazz, you guys. Okay. Free jazz, y'all. Okay. Jazz. Jazz.
Yeah, I'm going for that old school hip hop feel, if y'all can't tell. Hello, Ron. Is that you, Ron Copperman?
Okay, so 5 minutes. This is free jazz, you guys. Okay. And I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm done. This is free jazz, you guys. This is free jazz. This is free jazz, you guys. This is free jazz, you guys. This is free jazz. This is free jazz, you guys. This is free jazz, you guys. And I'm not going to make any more excuses. This is free jazz, you guys. And I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm done with excuses. I'm just going to jump in. This is free jazz, you guys. And I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm done with excuses. I'm just going to jump in.
We're gonna listen to this. Look at his face. And it's back to normal. I'll have to stream swipe. Is Seabax wanting a stream war? What the heck? Seabax is streaming. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. What are we gonna do about that? What's to be done? What could possibly be done? Seabax, what have you done? I don't see it yet. Let me look. Latest. Let's see. Can I zoom out? This is like I don't see it. Let's see. Christian Baxter. Maybe it's hiding it from me because it's like now do I know how to spell Christian? That's the thing. That's the problem. That's the real problem. I think you might be mistaken there, Clint. Unless what the heck? You weren't wrong, Clint. I was wrong. It was shadow banned. Can y'all not hear that? D-backs and Pete from Strange Theology streaming. I've got no sound. The beat's tasty though. At least the beat is tasty. We're garbled now too. Well, you know what that means. Well, clear voice now. Okay. Clear voice now. Well, that's helpful. That's helpful. folks, what are we even doing here anymore? You know, what could we possibly even be doing?
We'll be exploring the philosophy of Søren Kierkegaard.
Let's see if I can summon McMo. Kierkegaard!
Summon McMo. All you have to do is say Kierkegaard.
Talk about Kierkegaard.
Søren Kierkegaard was a brilliant, gloomy, anxiety-ridden, often hilarious Danish 19th century philosopher.
Kierkegaard's philosophy is a reaction to the Hegelian synthesis. What makes Kierkegaard a precursor to existentialism is that he holds the view that there is no criterion for making this decision. In other words, he faces us with the grim, the horrifying reality of criterionless choice. Make a decision. You have no standards upon which to make a decision. Good luck.
Well, we're going to talk a lot about what Kierkegaard means when he's saying that today, but
I really like him. I find him really fascinating. He's certainly one of the funniest, and he has a thoroughly morbid sense of humor. There's so few philosophers with a good sense of humor. Kierkegaard is one of them. So, and also no choice about whether you make a decision or not. You must decide. Best of luck. So Kierkegaard leaves us adrift. He cuts us off from our moorings to rationality because he says there's no possible rational decision procedure which could give you grounds for choosing the moral or the aesthetic life. If you want to say that you develop some rational theory which shows you that only the rational life is the good one, you're presupposing what you are trying to prove. If you didn't presuppose that rationality would be our guide, then what would you say?
Thomas Aquinas wouldn't call you virtuous for staying up all night tracking glacial melt and green, but for many philosophers, including Kierkegaard, anxiety is a foundational human experience.
Nothing. The vast silence of human existence becomes very, very clear when Kierkegaard begins to meditate and think deeply about the choices that human beings must, by virtue of the human condition, make.
I'm anxious, and I'm not alone. For example, you guys ever think that some of your friends are only so friends with you because they've been friends with you and actually don't like you, probably protect my back, and they talk about why they don't like you and everything with them? You're just thinking like, am I not right? And everything, and I actually have friends?
Søren Kierkegaard is best known as the father of existentialism.
Is there a mood that expresses the human condition more than any other? For Søren Kierkegaard, that mood is indeed anxiety.
By Søren Kierkegaard.
Søren Kierkegaard was a Danish philosopher, European poet, social critic, and religious author.
For Søren Kierkegaard, whose Kierkegaard's philosophy is very theistic and more specifically very Christian. So much so that he might well be considered more of a Christian theologian than a philosopher.
But to understand both Pascal and Kierkegaard, we also need to focus on a more concrete issue than the issue of reason. We need to focus on the issue that was the central issue to both Pascal and Kierkegaard, which was Jesus Christ himself. Very few establishment scholars of either Pascal or Kierkegaard today dare to do that. They either ignore or patronize that focus and that center. Thus, they radically misunderstand both of these two philosophers. They were existentialist Christians, not Christian existentialists. For both, Christ was not an adjective but a noun.
So we've got ourselves into a really stupid corner. Right, that goes without saying.
All right. That goes without saying. We've gotten ourselves in a very stupid corner. Very stupid. I need to catch up on this CVAX conversation. I highly recommend just going over there and coming back to my stream, because I kind of don't want to miss that, you know. That being said, Joe Cross did send me something, which you guys won't be able to hear, of course.
Very wide cut bacon. Very wide cut bacon.
1 second, everyone. 1 second.
Bacon. Very wide cut bacon.
All right. That'll work for now.
Very wide cut bacon.
And now I need to make that bacon loop not be going on anymore.
Cut bacon.
If you guys weren't here early on, one of the first couple of times I streamed, I had some problems with some gnomes. And every so often they would just
Very wide cut bacon.
go, woo! Out of nowhere. And just a gnome would whoop.
Wide cut bacon.
And if you remember the whooping gnomes, then you're a real OG. Let's see.
Wide cut bacon.
So now we can pause that. But, you know, there's a part of me that definitely does want to leave it on. Let's see. Oh my goodness, he has been going forever. Oh my goodness, I can't believe that I've been treading on him this whole time. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, I say. Well, that's a shame.
The
let's just
10 minutes that Rick Walker is at ARC.
For that,
let's go 33 minutes back.
And this is my bookmark I'm using is this saint that I got, which I think is Christ, maybe Christ, from the Orthodox Church we visited. Oh, here we go. They need to connect their mic. We got somebody coming up here. Come on in. You're gonna have to get your mic fixed. It says we'll need to connect their mic before you can add them to the stream. There we go. Pete.
Yep. I'm a rookie, man. Looking at that.
No, what's up, man?
No, man. I switched some stuff around on my computer, so I think StreamYard had forgotten me, man. Gosh, what the heck? Dude, I appreciated a lot of your coverage there over at the ARC. And yeah, man, thanks for live streaming.
Yeah, it's part of the game. It's part of the play. It's part of the fun.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Well, and I had to step away for a second there, so I missed probably the last 20 minutes of what you were talking about. But I don't know. Just want to say hi. You're on. So
hi, and I'm on.
I was setting up to do some video myself.
What's your perspective on ARC, Pete?
Okay. Well, I will say that I think Paul, when you sat down with Paul to talk about estuary, and Paul's kind of little blips of like, how would you scale this thing? Okay, you break people into smaller groups, you sort of whisk them away into these little groups, and then you fold those little groups into bigger groups, and then you've got the main venue or whatever. What did they call that at ARC?
Plenary session.
Yeah, plenary, right. So you have these big group settings, but in those big groups you have your little initial group that you connected with upon entry, and then whoever else you've been sort of folded into along the way. And yeah, I mean, I tried to imagine what it would be like if I was Christian Baxter. You know, as I'm watching your commentary and I'm sort of like living vicariously through you, I go, gosh, that would have been a challenge, right? To go alone, just like, I'm going to show up here. There's thousands of people. I'm in a different country, and how do I even begin to make connections to break through that natural barrier that exists when it's like, I don't know you, man. Like, I don't know you. Are we going to have a conversation? I guess we are if we're sort of not forced to, but if we are, if someone can sort of shepherd that, a mediator, so to speak, could connect these people, like Paul was saying, like you show up to estuary and you sort of just like have a little small group already waiting for you, and then they sort of welcome you in. I don't know. That's how you sort of break that barrier, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, Pete says, when will we see the Pete and Seaback collaboration? Well, dude, we've done quite a bit of collaboration on the internet. Or my early forays into the corner, we did the Truly Strange show, and he was my first ever guest episode on the Yours Truly podcast. So, hey, but it's real life. That shit hopefully can happen soon. We did have dinner, but doing like the podcast in real life, that's up to Pete, really. So.
Ooh. Well, yeah, we did the Truly Strange 3 episodes. Did we get 3 episodes?
No, closer to 5. I think Mo did one of them with me.
That's right. Yeah. So that's what happened. Is McMo came on and he assisted one of them, and then after that they never happened. So we blame McMo.
The Grim said that when we did the South of Sunrise interview that killed the show. He said that killed the show. So as far as the conference stuff, like the thing it keeps, I did church camp stuff for a very long time. I was on staff full time for 5 summers, and this organization that I was connected to, they've been doing camps since the late 70s. So they've really operated with these formats, these liturgies, like they've contended seriously with them. And the thing that people like about this camp is it wasn't super platform. When all the platform stuff, I don't know if you've heard of camps like Student Life and big stuff, like these were big evangelical camps. Like this was a Southern Baptist one called Fuge Camps, and they didn't focus on the platform as much. They focused on the, and that changed a little bit over time. But it was like they still had this DNA of caring about these Bible study leaders, which operated. You get assigned a Bible study at the very beginning of the week, and you're with them for the whole week. And so you do Bible study with them, you do rec with them, and maybe a meal with them. But really, and then the other times you're here with your youth group, like at the worship times and at other meals, and maybe at the night event you're with your youth group friends or whatever. So like, but you kind of had this other group that forced you into estuary. It forced you into mixing with other people. Like it forced you to do that. Yeah. And then you embodied like games with these people, and then you were in discussions with these people in the Bible study group. So I use the word Bible study, and I feel like it takes people's brains into another world. But just imagine like when I say that, like I'm saying you do estuary, and then you do some embodied play, and then you go back and then you do other stuff with your church group. And so it did extend your network, and like, oh, hey, come hang out with me and my friend from my church. And then, we're gonna keep up after camp because I was with these were my people. And then you also have an identity in these groups because every group had a flag and every group had a name. So you were the crazy this or that, shockwave, and you have a flag. And so it's like there was something really magical about that format related to. And so you come in, you do an opening session, and then just like Slack was saying, right after the opening session, you're sent off the first night to meet your Bible study group that you're going to be with the rest of the week. So it was really all I knew. I went to a couple other camp formats that were more like you come as your youth group, you do youth group stuff, and you go to the speaking events, and then you come back and do your youth group stuff. But there was no like cross pollination. Yeah. And so I've seen that be used in a really powerful way. And I think that's also what this estuary thing is, just within the mixing of not just
stepping on
40-year-olds and 50-year-olds mixing
toes.
Identities and ideologies and ideas and all sorts of stuff. Like,
and I'm making music in the background
around relationship and around conversation. And so yeah, man, that's kind of some of the that kind of comes to my brain.
Well, it seems like, I actually had that exact same thought when Paul was talking about how you sort of break people up into smaller groups at the estuary conference level. And like, I was like, yeah, we could come up with like camp names, like a group name, like I was always like SEAL Team 6 or something like that. We always had to come up with something like that. And you have color, you get this like sort of tribal identity going. And what that does is, I think we played with it more, it's like when you go to camp, there's an agreement. Everybody sort of agrees that it's like, okay, we're going to participate at some level, like, because I trust this camp. I don't know who's going to show up, and maybe estuary is the same way. It's like, I trust the estuary protocol. I trust these people who are guiding and leading estuary.
Corner culture.
Yeah, and so when I show up, I've already agreed to be somewhat vulnerable. I've already given in a little bit because I'm saying, I trust you guys. I don't know who exactly is going to show up, but I've kind of already, and I think with church camp, it was always like, okay, I'm going to really like focus on Jesus, like I'm coming and everybody's going to we're all going to attend to this Jesus person, even though, probably throughout the rest of your school year, you're distracted by, sports or whatever it is that your other focus is.
Yeah.
We all come with this a mutual agreed upon set of sort of the rules of the game have been set. And so now it's like the question of, do I trust you, in a way goes out the window because I've already agreed to kind of come with a little bit of trust. I'm giving the people that show up here a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt, that I can trust you and I can be vulnerable with you. But I've also,
he's done now,
the exchange then is that you are saying I belong, right? I'm giving you trust and vulnerability, and you're saying, welcome in, you belong here with us. And I can, right? And so now those barriers, at least for me, that would be like the 2 barriers that prevent me from really leaning into a group like ARC, where it's like, I don't know, like, do I know you? Do I know these people? Like the video that you took of Peter Thiel was just fascinating. It was so big brother. It was so big brother that I was just like, I don't know. I don't tend to like trust people like Peter Thiel, but I'm like, okay. It invoked that in me of like, I don't want to get duped in by ARC being what is essentially I don't know, like, is it another
world
program? Is it another program within the matrix to just continually keep you, sort of in the matrix.
Yeah, people control.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It was I definitely felt the first day like and it's like this. I mean, Mo put it like he put it aptly. First day of school shit.
Right.
Like that to me was like yes,
Yeah.
to that intense level of lots of powerful people and whatnot. And so that was I felt that pressure a lot that first day. And I don't know. Am I cool enough?
Right.
And I was really grateful. That was when I bumped into Benjamin Boyce, who luckily, not luckily, but I had a conversation with this person. And that was the strange thing. It's like, oh, hey, yeah, I talked to you for 2 hours, and and it was recent enough that like, yeah, we can kind of figure this out together. And I think that that was, I mean, I did know people because of the digital thing. I did have some level of relationship. I'd never been in the same room with Paul until I met him in Europe. Like in the same physical room. Like, what is that? Yet, I mean, he has a decent idea of who I am, and I have a decent idea of, I mean, there are levels of it, but that you probably don't, with the camera on the internet, you don't just dive into necessarily, but like that is what the embodied relationship is for, with a meal and conversation or whatever. But I don't know. Let's see. And this is the thing. I'm not talking about my childhood with camps. I'm talking about my adulthood. I did go to youth group camps, but like I was like on staff at these camps, and I was doing the rock and roll music at these camps. Like I was not the that wasn't my childhood. It wasn't.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, Aaron. I wish I went. Yeah, man. I mean, it's interesting. It's like, I think I wanted to be the last one. Last one was even more exclusive. This one,
yeah.
Last one, 1,500 people, and basically everybody I watched on YouTube was there. Like, it wasn't exactly that. I did see people I watched on YouTube there, but
was the Ireland thing at all connected? What was the connection there with Ireland?
It was Estuary. It was part of Estuary. So Marcus, who runs the channel More Christ.
Okay.
It's got like 8,000 subs. You can check it out. He does a lot of interviews with corner people.
Good
He's had Martin Shaw, Joe,
question.
Paul, Gordon Hall. Like, he's got all the guys and multiple conversations. I think with maybe Vervaeke and so like he put on a conference, and it had Paul Kingsnorth and Martin Shaw, Paul Vander Clay, and Father McDonough.
I missed this whole conversation, Kind of crazy. I forgot I don't have my shade on. Well, what do you guys think? Should I drop the link? Oh, yeah, Rigel. I sampled your free jazz, bro. That's what we're doing. Sampling your free jazz. What's up, Mark?
Hey, McMo. I'm going to turn off my camera, though, if that's okay with you.
Fine by me, sir.
Oh, I had to replace my phone, and now it doesn't have my cute little dog icon. Oh, well. So now it's just some weird white dot. That's sad. Anyway, how you doing, man?
I'm chilling. I don't have any too many chores to do. Already ran a little bit of my errands, so just hopped on and sampling Rigel's free jazz. You know, it's just so
Cool.
And I'm probably going to need to take
I've got chores
a
to
potty
do, I'm
break
afraid.
soon. What do you got on your brain?
Well, I'll keep my question.
No, we're good.
I got chores to do too, but I'll keep it quick. No, it's well, there's a couple things, but let's just go back to the discussion I had with Sam yesterday that you participated in, and it dawned on me. You know, I think it made me go. I listened back to some of it, and when I first started thinking about church things, probably going. I mean, I was coming. I wasn't out of the Buddhism, but I wasn't. I was being turned back towards thinking about the church, and I hadn't listened to church people talk for quite a long time. That is, monotheists of various sorts. So I started listening to modern monotheists talk on YouTube, and one of the first things I ran across was Ask a Rabbi or something. It was some weird channel where they had 3 Orthodox rabbis respond to people's questions, and they talked so boldly. They put words in God's mouth so easily that it was shocking. You know, it really just blew my mind. And in talking to Sam and listening back to my discussion with Sam and all my stuttering as a result, that I have real anxiety about theological speculation to a point where I think I need to give it up. I need to somehow surrender my anxiety and be willing to blaspheme with the rest of you guys so that I don't stutter so much and maybe something coherent comes out. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, of course.
All your Protestantism terrifies me. I do. I shudder. I mean, it's whether it's the speculation about the eternal fate of souls, or whether it's judging this or that as righteous, or what have you. But or talking about the subject we talked about with Sam.
Yeah.
It's just. I'm very worried about messing up.
Yeah, I mean, of all the things to be worried
There's no
about,
grace in my system, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, of all the things to be worried about, messing up seems to be one that, you know, that's not the worst thing to worry about. But I do think that you have to figure out how to talk and think about God. You know, you can't. I don't think that the answer is that at all times and in every way to have no opinions on these lofty matters. But neither is it okay to just kind of trust the process or trust the system. I don't think that it's okay to just trust somebody else's theology in a sense. I think we're meant to test the spirits, and we're meant to work out our own personal salvation with fear and trembling. But can that fear and trembling go too far? I mean, perhaps. I think it would depend. It would be different if we represented as a collective the voice of the capital C church, right? Or if we were representing the magisterium or something, then there would probably, I would be more likely to be like what you're talking about. But because we're kind of just outlaws on the wild, wild west of the internet, I think we can just talk as if it's just us chickens. I hope that nobody's getting their spiritual direction from these videos,
Right. Well, I had to put myself back to that mindset probably was about 10 years ago. Yeah, an old friend had just committed suicide, and I had gone to his funeral, and I'd come in with my very Indian influenced kind of worldview, and they were all Christianing, right? And he was himself an elder in a local mega church, and put a bullet through his chest. And they're all freaking out, and I'm all like, I'm high on yoga in India and all that sort of thing, and it was a bit of a collision, but it brought me back in slowly into the process of it re-churchified me ultimately. But I'm still really, but see, the whole Indian thing, you have a lot of yogis where there's a super high value in silence. You have great yogis that go for gurus that go for decades without speaking a word. Some might use a chalkboard to communicate. Some communicate purely, so it's thought, telepathically through various acts of devotion by the disciples and whatnot, and then the disciples communicate for the guru. So, that was the scene I had come out of. So when I come across this Ask a Rabbi, and then of course, you have no shortage of Christians, the Bible Answer Man and all that sort of scene. You have 1,000 now. I mean, you used to have only one on the radio back in the 80s. Now you have thousands of Christian who presume to answer big questions for people on the internet.
Back in my day, those folks stayed behind the pulpit at small churches in rural America where they belonged.
Well, that's not a bad place to be. At least you can have relationship there. You can know them. But it was so startling. I just remember how just shocking it was to me that people would just speak for God like that, because I'd so fallen out of church culture. I'd forgotten what it was like. And so it took me some time, and I realized, a year of involvement with the corner, I still have a ways to go to either shake off India or shake off the church or integrate, or I don't know which I'm supposed to do. I think church more than not, but I don't know quite. Well,
It's
and of course,
Mark.
then my church,
my
own church that I thought was about ready to throw me away.
Fret not, Mark. We'll get you rid of those demons. No need to worry about it, brother. We'll get those demons right out.
I got so many demons. It's not even funny.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny.
Well, I thought my church was done with me, and it turns out they had an election, and I wasn't around because I was busy with my mom when they actually had it. And so I got a call
election about you.
They did, and they unanimously made me a deacon, which kind of like unanimously, I got everyone's vote. Could vote, voted me as. So I'm now. I have not technically accepted, but I kind of told God I knew I was up for it, but I didn't. I just kind of told God you're going to have to make it really obvious that this is right for me to stay. And I think unanimous. Would that count as obvious? From a wooey sense, we are in the house of woo when you're talking to me. You got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's right along the lines of when I was planning on going to Jordan Hall's church. God sent a hurricane literally in between me and him. So
there you go.
Trust your gut on that. Especially if it's leading you to resume fellowship rather than break it, or to not be in it.
I do love them. I do love the people in particular. It's just some of the crazy ideas that sometimes get spouted. So I've got to implement more Lukeism, or more. I need an injection of Luke Thompson into the bloodstream to make my thinking more personalist and so I don't get quite so hung up on some of the crazy things that are said. But they're usually cultural stuff anyways. It's it's not really political. I mean, not really spiritual. It's more political and cultural stuff that occasionally gets spouted. But even then, I do love the people because they are sweet people, and I think they love the Lord.
And they're like all older than you, right?
There's that. Most. There's only one couple that is my age or a little younger, and they're from the Philippines. Well, the man's from the Philippines, the lady's from Indonesia, or vice versa, and they're amazing people, and they have an amazing story. So it's a good group of people, believe it or not. It's a tiny, tiny church, but it's a good group of people.
I believe it.
So who knows? Crazy. So, like I said, that's my problem, the thoughts that I have. What do you think of the arc thing? Arch. I was going to call it arch. Arc. Christian. It seems like a lot of the corner people are had some kind of allergic reaction to it. Not everyone is coming out of it singing its praises. And
Yeah.
so is it done?
What do you,
Is Arc just like a momentary cultural passing of the gas, and
no, Mark, it's gone
estuary
mainstream.
is what's going to last?
It's gone mainstream, man. They sold out, man. It's gone too mainstream, dude. That's, I think, the vibe, like the feeling that they have. I think, or the negativity is coming from. I think that much of it depends on. It's like there's a lot of relative status games going on too there, right? And so the second year, it's a little less exclusive, right? Like I don't know if you needed an invitation or not, or if you could just kind of, if you were a person of means, if you could have just paid your way there. I'm not sure. I don't remember how it worked.
I think I was told that you could just buy your way in, just buy a ticket and go this time around.
Yeah, but either way, I think that, all of us in the Peterson sphere or the TLC or everybody downstream from Paul Vanderklay has a soft spot in their hearts for the little guy, not only the little guy, but also for face-to-face, known, to be seen and to be known as we are seen and known, that's going to take a little bit of a preference. And honestly, I think that there's a real sense in which when you've been to an estuary conference, probably going to a more professional, kind of more for the public, in the mass, it's like almost, there's some mass formation techniques being used, right? And the normies love the mass formation, and so no, we are in a very small slice of the pie, a very slim portion of the bell curve, where, and we're also, most of us are autodidacts, and you if anything, the TLC teaches some to be much more confident in their opinions, which is a good thing. I think that that's a good thing. And so, these are all the thoughts. I'm trying to give the devil his due here as to why some of, what are some bad reasons that some of our friends seem to have, not liked the art conference. When I think that the actual answer is probably most of their critiques are probably just solid critiques, and it's really hard to do things, and so whenever you do something, there's going to be places where you fail to apply the proper attention, or you fail to execute, the telos. And so, yeah, I think there's plenty of room for critique, but yeah, there you go.
PBK is usually more measured in his critique, and he was pretty animated. It's unusual to hear him quite so wound up over.
Well, PVK's an extrovert. Like PVK's an extrovert, right? So he's loving the meeting new people and shaking hands and yeah, so I just thought he was excited to be there, the energy in the room, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm so excited from all the energy of the people, but here are some critiques." That's how I kind of read his, how.
So he wasn't upset. He's just animated. He's just excited. He's wound up because he is an extrovert, and it gives him energy.
Yeah, and if you think too, if you're in this big convention center, what happens is at the beginning everybody's kind of whispering their conversations. And then over time, it gets louder and louder and louder till you're having to, from a foot away, be like, so what's your YouTube channel called?
Right. Yeah, you have to. Yeah.
And PVK is a professional.
And I was surprised Bethel McGrew didn't. I mean, Bethel McGrew is right there next to him, not feeling the vibe about it. And I was like, oh boy, I would have figured those were her waters, if anything.
Yeah, well,
But
Bethel McGrew is a
it
hard
was
little lady to pin down.
she's something. She's usually, I find her to generally be pretty toxic, but I'm sure she's quite nice in person. But
I would say you're probably like the reverse.
yeah.
You come across as so nice and sweet on the internet, and then when we met in person, Mark, you were a real a-hole to me. You know that?
I still haven't given you the proper adulation for. I only drove an hour or more.
I flew all the way across the country, Mark. All the way across the country, Mark.
To see your sister, not me. I was a side trip, man. I was an afterthought. I need a break from family time, so let's go talk to Parker at a Starbucks or something.
Oh, that we had a wonderful time, a wonderful walk around the park. That was
It was fun. It was good.
Yeah.
It was good.
It is fun also to make it seem like you're a real jerk in person. That would be really funny if all nice and kind.
Well,
Buddhist.
I am a recovering. I'm trying to be a recovering jerk. That's part of my anxiety too. And I was thinking about these whole conferences and big gatherings of people. They are not my scene. I will probably, circumstances are probably going to keep me from doing Midwestuary just because of my reason. I really, at this point, I've been doing a lot of traveling and I just can't leave my mom right now. So if things don't change significantly, I'm not doing any more travel until she takes her exit or something dramatically changes in her status. But even then, it's just the going. It's just these. I don't do well in big groups. I just group think and all this. It's. But I would like to. What we should do is have a Connecticut type thing, a little small weekend retreat estuary style, like Paul did in Connecticut. Should do some of those, and you could come out to Southern California again, and we do a weekend, and people would actually show up if they knew you were coming. If I did it and said it's centered around the house, no one would be interested. But we bring you out, you could be the starring attraction.
No, Mark, I don't think that is a good idea. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I
think we could sell 12 tickets. I think we could sell 12 tickets to a weekend retreat with McMo.
I mean, if you do want to meet with me, if you do want to meet me in person, all you have to do is donate to my Ko-Fi and go to Midwestuary.
You got to do both, though. There's going to be a special McMo booth.
Yeah.
A cubicle.
It's just going to be a QR code. And maybe I'll get business cards and pass them out. Like if Christian would have had business cards with a QR code, he would have cleaned up at ARC. We have Neil.
You guys in the grift.
It's Neil. Not you guys, Mark. I'm the only one. I'm the only one who could possibly grift this hard.
I just want to grift you all the time. Grift you all
Maybe
the time.
Grim Grizz.
Now here's the question. Now, since we have an organizer in Midwestuary, do they get a cut? Is this like the mafia? So Neil's got to get a taste of your action for you to grift on the Midwestuary space. I think it's just gonna have to. There's gonna be a tax.
Well, here's the thing, Mark.
I've been rewatching The Sopranos, so I know how all this works.
I was about to say, you've got an outdated view of things, man. It's all about brand deals now. It's about influencers. It's about making sure you read the contract and what language is the marketing team preferring this week. What do the numbers say? Have we run the analytics on those hashtags? Mark, it's just all different now, man. You don't get it anymore.
It's just another version of Polly walnuts. Yes, Polly walnuts. Polly walnuts and big pussy and or little pussy. Is it little pussy and big pussy? There's a big pussy and a little pussy. Little pussy is, I think, little pussy ends up with the fish. It's been a while. Yeah.
No. Well, we don't do that.
All right, Mark. Enough with the cussing. Neil, welcome.
Thank you, sirs.
Yeah, I'm not wearing headphones,
Wasn't
and
cussing.
my daughter is in the house, so you know.
Take
but
it
she's
easy.
in the house.
Sorry, Neil, but it was just this is not. It wasn't profanity. This was
See, this is what I'm
based on the
talking
plot
about,
of
One
The
folks.
time I'm not
Sopranos.
wearing headphones, and the one time I'm here with the most let's say PG member of the corner, Mark D. Parker, serial killer. Then suddenly we get a
Well, this is what I was trying to say, Neil, and you can speak to this too because you've been with Mark in person. In person, he is not as sweet and gentle as he is on screen. He's in person. I mean, if that's what he's willing to say on a McMo Saturday cookup, like you folks can only imagine the type of horrendous stuff that's coming out of Mr. Parker's mouth.
I could only imagine.
All the more reason to pay your ticket for that local retreat.
Yep. Donate if you want to hear the types of things
So maybe
Mark
that
Parker
could be my
says.
grift. That could be my grift.
Yeah. If you want to hear the type of things Mark Parker says in real life, some real stinkers, some real bleepers, then donate
now.
Donate to my Ko-fi, and we'll make sure that gets to you.
And don't get me started on Linda Ronstadt.
Yeah, don't get yourself started on Linda Ronstadt, Mark. I see what you're trying to do.
All right, guys. God bless. Now that you got Neil, you guys can run this thing.
Yeah, we'll take care of the old man at McDonald's table. We'll save a spot for you. You're free to come back, Mark.
All righty. Thank you very much. God bless, Neil. Sorry about the. All right, I apologize about naming characters from The Sopranos that sounded inappropriate.
It's all right, Tony.
And God bless your little child and your family. That's right. I'd give you a great big kiss on the cheek. All right. God bless, guys. Bye.
Well, what do you think, Neil? What do you think?
Hey, Pasa. I kind of want to rant about Ark. I'd already blocked it from my memory.
Go off, King. Go off. I'm gonna full screen you.
Yeah,
Do you have notes?
No. There's a necessary step of adulthood. Like Peterson himself talks about this, like the necessary step of adulthood. So let's say Peterson is the parent, and he's ushering all of
Peterson.
Yeah, exactly. Let's say he's ushering all of his people into. If Peterson's the father, and he's ushering all of his people up into adulthood, then the parent needs to let go of the reins and let the children build and create and do things on their own. And I don't know why that's not obvious to him that the, maybe it's because I've been colonized by the corner in the past year and a half, and it's just so obvious that the next step of something like Ark is you just let it grow, let it be. To me, it seems like they're trying to control it without knowing where to steer the ship, and nobody knows where to steer the ship, because I agree with what the anadromist Burn Power said on PBK's stream, that we're not in postmodernism anymore. Nobody knows where this is, and because we don't know where to steer the ship, the best bet is to democratize the network effect as best as possible, so that together we can figure it out. And so that should be obvious to the leadership of ARC. And I think it's either pride that they want to hold on to the goodwill and the publicity as long as they can, or I don't know. It should be obvious. Maybe it's this bias or top-down, top-down orthodox, conventional, traditional thinking from prior to 500 years ago. But no, it's the communion of the saints. I'm with PVK 100%. But I'm with him on more pragmatic grounds, because we don't know where we're going, and that's the piece that I don't think they're connecting. And so it's hubristic to say we know how to rebuild Western Civ, because nobody does.
Is it possible that you're failing to remember that ARC is a British event happening in London? Like, how much of our critiques are because we want the ARC conference to kind of happen in New York City or Atlanta or something like that, where the the liturgy, we'll say, of the commercial conference is a little bit I guess I'm just saying that, like, it just occurred to me that, it's the lion and foxes thing that PVK was talking about. And I think that the UK might be such a negative world that and then the fact that it's just like they don't have that kind of entrepreneurial culture over there either, where, or even like a conservative economic, like cut taxes to improve industry and business and, cut down with the Fed and let the invisible hand guide us. Like let the entrepreneurial power of the individual go far and wide. But yeah, I think in general, like, your critiques are appropriate. I just wonder if the UK is not ahead of us or behind us in this sense, but just it's different in that kind of negative world. But I also want to welcome Chris Howard from the world
man,
famous
Howard.
Chris Howard Morning Show.
You invoked the old man at Hardee's, and so I showed up.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's true. Is ARC supposed to be like? I haven't been to a lot of shows. I've been to an Oracle user group show. It was a big show, but it was like a specific topic. But then there's like the consumer electronics show where it's like it's a marketplace. Is ARC more like the marketplace, or is it more like the specific topic kind of thing? Because if it's more like the marketplace, like the consumer electronics show, then PDK was like really ahead of the game by taking his estuary stuff and setting up his booth. He didn't even have to pay a booth fee, and setting up his booth to sell estuary. It's like, cool. That was exactly what you should do, right? And so maybe he's actually playing the game really well.
That's an interesting point. That it's not like it's PVK's. It's not his show. He's not in charge, but it's almost like he couldn't have planned it better, to kind of distinguish the difference between what he's trying to do and what Jordan Peterson is trying to do. That's an interesting point.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Jordan Peterson is really trying to do, but I think it is kind of a conservative. Well, it might be a conservative marketplace of ideas. So it's kind of I don't know. The Dad Saves the World guy says it's another Davos kind of a thing. The upper level people getting together, and
that's what Grimm said too.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. That makes sense. Yeah.
I wonder how many people were there?
4,000, I think was the number they were given.
Okay. Yeah. So that would be the type of conference for my day job that I would barely even need to get approval for, in terms of my company seeing it being worth my time being there, I guess we could say. But that's still like a medium small trade show, like maybe not you, Chris, but at least me and Neil, I'm sure the like conference center closest to our homes is having trade shows once a quarter, at least that large. And that's probably would be in their mid tier of conferences. So 4,000, it's not nothing, but it's certainly, but see, that's the thing too, is from Christian Baxter's incredible journalism, I certainly got the sense that it was very much, almost like a very corporate, almost trade show. And I think I said this in the Discord yesterday, but I also get the sense that for a lot of TLCers, what they want is more of like a Christian conference. It's like, and for but then there's also a constituency that's like, we want a political rally, right? And then there's another constituency.
CPAC is like this week, right? So Douglas Murray goes from ARC to CPAC. So.
But it is very Peterson in that way, right? It's like, Is he going to get too much political? Is it a psychological conference? Is it the the intellectual dark web? Intellectual is pretty funny. That sounds like something my granddad would have said. Intellectuals, you intellectuals and your books. Um, yeah, so I feel like there's these factions and different reasons why people like Jordan Peterson. So it makes sense that his conference, basically surrounded by like coworkers and somebody's phone is vibrating. I can hear that.
Ain't misbehaving.
Mark and I would not get along. LOL. But yeah, what do you think about that, Neil? That idea of one of the reasons why Peterson has been attractive is because he's kind of spanning all of these different subgroups of like clinical psychology, Jungianism, the biblical ethics, study of the Bible, existential philosophy, and then this whole political side. And so the conference itself has those same sort of like, shall we say, battling demons.
That's why the telos of the conference has to be the person, because if it commits any one of those subdomains to be its highest telos, it doesn't do the rest of the interest, skill set justice. And if you make it the person, then the people who need to fight. PBK said something like, the people. He was talking to Mark Lefebvre, and he said, like, you want the spirits to be able to find each other as quickly as possible. And if that's what the telos is, so if the telos is consolidated power, centralized with a small group of people, then you control the event top down. But if the telos is you trust the spirit, and that's why I go back to this growing up analogy. If the telos is you actually trust the spirit to emerge of whatever needs to emerge next, then you don't sell yourself short and stop, or you don't prevent. You do everything in your power to maximize the potential of your subordinates and not yourself, if that makes sense.
You don't get investors with that mindset, I think is the just kind of utilitarian. This is, if you want to put on a big conference that gets a lot of eyeballs and brings together those types of people, that takes capital and that takes investment and that takes,
but not
pitching.
faith.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. It's mammon, right? It's all that. We're talking about they made their choice in that regard, you could say. There's a way that seems right to a man in his own eyes, but this is not the way of the Lord. So I don't know what we're expecting from. It also, if you come like, I mean, Christian Baxter could probably talk to this more than I could, but it can even be hard in the UK as a Christian artist to be able to play at venues like that. Like, especially if you're a Christian artist from the US and you're used to playing at these mega churches or these like music venues that were like, they know you're going to sell tickets because that's like, it's easy to prove or whatever. Apparently in the UK, it's really, really difficult for that thing. So I think there's something about that negative world and it trying to, I mean, yeah, Yoav brings up a great point. The ark was just to survive the flood, time to rebuild. Yeah, there's a weird kind of, I'm going to tip my hand towards this Christian image and then basically run a pep rally for mammon, that I think a lot of us are really right to point out. My only point is that basically this is sorry, the chat's throwing me off. My only point is that like we shouldn't be surprised by this, I guess.
Yeah, I actually think it creates a void. I think it gives, let's say, the spirits that are against us a bigger target to serve as a shield of what we're doing. Meaning, as long as something like ARC exists, it's a much bigger, badder kid on the playground that's going to attract all the attention. And meanwhile, like TLC is TLCing. And so I think there's often a lot of wisdom to just letting things be while you work and seeing how the spirit unfolds. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree with that. I mean, there would be critics. I can imagine them saying something like, if you want a better conference, build a better conference. And so
it's what we're trying to do, sir. Midwest Hero 2025.
Yep.
Midwest Hero 2025 Fellowship of the Spirit.
And the cutoff is what, like 400 or something? So it'll be a order of magnitude down. And so let's see if, I think the test will be, I'm sure, here's the thing. If somebody who was not of us, let's say, came to Midwestuary, that would be the test. Would they have, what kind of critiques would they have for us, right? Like that would be the real test. But yeah, like Neil said,
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss, with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderklay, Rod Dreher, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
I don't know how well I timed my voiceover, but
yeah, I can hear the difference. Speaking of Midwestuary, I've got some top secret ideas that I need to talk to you about, and one or two other people. I meant to tell you that on the phone yesterday when we got talking about other stuff, but so yes, we have many secrets to talk about, Neil. Yep. Can't wait to meet the voice chat crew and Yanni at Midwestuary.
I think my biggest fear with Midwestuary is, and I know this is going to happen, is that I'm going to have insufficient time. What did you say?
Your biggest fear at Midwestuary is snakes. Just like it's your biggest fear in New Orleans. You hate snakes.
The snakes of Chicago.
Yeah. My biggest fear leading into Midwestuary is probably Al Capone.
Yeah, exactly. We got to clean up this town. No, it's insufficient time for people. Insufficient time. But I'm going to get there a day early. So anyone who wants to get there a day early, there will be more time. What is it? I think I might actually get there Wednesday, definitely by Thursday morning, but I think I might actually get there Wednesday afternoon, just to kind of like settle in and stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's a very optimistic view. I could see why somebody would be excited thinking about that and thinking like that. My view is sufficient is the evil unto the day, so I think that I'll probably get as much IRL time with all of you lovely folks as I want.
Neil plans and Matt laughs.
Blessed be the name of the Lord. I mean, at the end of the day, but I'm very excited. I think it'll be a lot of fun. I will hopefully, if the Ko-Fi numbers come in and I meet my goal, then I'm hoping to bring my wife and get there a little earlier and just have a little. She's been to Chicago before and I've not, so that means she's got plenty of cute little spots to take me to. And then I've also got a guy who was in my wedding, lives in Chicago. His name's David. David is a very cool guy, one of my best friends. So I'll hopefully get to connect with David, and then end the week with seeing all of the lovely VNA folks. A&A, actually not alone. Matt Krotz is going to be there. Nick Freerillian gearing up to be there. Of course, Cale Zeldin will be there. Sam Tiedemann will be there. Neil will be there. Chad the Girl Dad will be there. And many, many, many more. So if you want to go to Midwestuary, you only have to do two things. One is you have to donate to my Ko-Fi. And then two, you have to go to the website and sign up, buy a ticket. Phlebas giving us the warning not to blaspheme in the sanctuary, even if it is just a Protestant space and no one cares. This is true. I wish Phlebas was going to be there. He could tell us that to our faces.
We
and
will
then we
not
could have
create
like
the abomination of desolation, Phlebas.
I would like to play hockey against Phlebas, except I would just throw my gloves down every time I was on the ice because I can't skate. And I can't fight that well either, but I like fighting.
You look like you'd be scrappy in a fight. That's just my gut instinct.
Yeah, Griswold Grimm also going to be there. There's been secret plans going on in the bowels of different apps. Plans about sharing Airbnbs or just B&Bs, I guess, as Grimm likes to call them. Matt C and Taya working behind the scenes. Chad said there's a campground nearby. I'm like, how is it that close to the airport in the city of Chicago? And there's a camp, like I've flown into Chicago. There's no like nature. Like, are we gonna be in like tents on the frozen lake of Chicago, Michigan?
No, it's probably like a city park or something that has some camping ground.
Yeah, we'll make sure to leave one of those tickets for Slack.
Yeah,
I kind of want Lance to join us.
I don't know what the latest ticket. Actually, I could look that up real quick. I know we still have plenty of spots because none of the speakers have really done any advertising because they've been waiting for events like ARC and this Robert Shaw event. No, Martin Shaw. Sorry, missing my Jaws clip, so I can't play it. Let's see if I go to purchase tickets. Yeah, no, there's plenty of spots available. Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's really just kind of a bed, ain't it, Grim? Just a bed. Well, I want to invite some more people to come play. I'm sure me and Neil could find something to chatter endlessly about, but do you feel sufficiently aired out in regards to your critique of ARC?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know. It doesn't bother me that they're doing what they're doing. It's just, I don't know. I have put Peterson on a pedestal, and I still will because of what he meant for me. But yeah, so it's the nature of nature.
The thing about putting people on a pedestal is it is such a continuum. Like there's always someone who's more obsessed with that person, so you can kind of always feel like you've got like the most balanced assessment, because you're not an extreme in one way or the other. That being said, I'm not maybe one thing that I kind of feel distinct from the rest of the corner in, and I don't know how many other people here feel this way. I'm sure it's not a plurality, but I think it might be like as much as of a third of the TLC doesn't really like Jordan Peterson that much, or was very grateful for him about 5 years ago, maybe 6 or 7 years ago, but since then has had less interest in him. I honestly was already kind of tired of him before he got sick. And so there's a weird sense in which like his biography has kept me interested in him, even as the list of things I think he's missing or doesn't understand or problems that I think I have a better view on pile up,
There are two main topics that I fundamentally or profoundly disagree with him. And I'm willing to talk in earnest about one of them, which is grace.
Rod, can I get a camera check for you or prove to us that you are who you say you are in the private chat?
Who do you say that I am?
Who? I don't even know which Rod that is. Oh, okay, I see your Rod. You can turn your camera off if you
Rod
want, but
O'Hare?
I'm adding you to the stage, brother.
It is Rod O'Hare. Yeah.
The man, the myth, the
Closer.
legend.
They chopped the O off at Ellis Island, I think.
Ellis Island, what is it, 1912?
I'm old, Neil. How's my sound? This all right?
Lovely. Absolutely lovely. What it sounds like to me.
Right.
I got a quiet Saturday. The wife is out of the house. I was watching you guys. Thought I'd jump in.
So what did you think of my analogy of ARC running interference while we work secretly behind the scenes? Like Israel taking Islamic terror while the US moves the pieces on the board.
As most of your analyses, Neil, top shelf. Your analysis is generally, I usually find myself nodding along. Slightly different, little bit of a different direction here, but I wondered what the people who organized ARC thought. So, if you set about to do something like this, probably have at least some idea of what you're trying to do and how you're going to measure success. And it seems like, if we're trying to evaluate something, we should at least evaluate it based on the criteria that they used to do it in the first place, right? So I'm going to try to be very careful I don't fall into the trap of critiquing critique.
We'll never stop.
I'm a big boy. I can take it.
Well, actually, this is not directed at you, Neil, at all. I more just watching, starting with Paul. Like I watched that, and I'm like, Paul, geez, you tired? Like, you hangry? It's like, can't ARC just be what it is? So rather than should it be better or not or different or whatever we wish it was or whatever, it's more like, can it just be what it is? And if we may not know this explicitly, but if we knew what the goals of the organizers were, and they may not know it explicitly. I guess they had their kind of their goals, right? I've watched some of the speeches, but I don't have like a real handle on it, but I have a sense of it anyway. And I'm guessing that they probably see year 2 as a smashing success, right? By whatever metrics they're going to use, right? Attendance and views and whatever.
You said the two words, goals versus metrics, right? Like, so I see the disagreement at the layer of, should we even be thinking of this as the type of thing that we could put metrics on, right? Like, shouldn't this be about the personal development and growth of the individuals as they relate to each other? And, like, that seems to be where the critique is coming from, is even just the way in which you interplayed the term goals and metrics, right? Like, I could imagine someone having like a, wanting to be like, see, no, this is too corporate. We should talk more about telos,
Yeah. Whenever I wander into these conversations, I'm always very aware of a bunch of things. First of all, I'm not a practicing Christian. Like I've never been to a Christian conference or Bible camp. Like I don't have any of this kind of code running in the background. So I always try to be careful and respectful, that I'm, in a sense, I'm a visitor in a space where a lot of this stuff is maybe more taken for granted for others than would be for me. So I don't even know what to compare an ARC to, except for the usual trade conferences and, corporate events and things. Of course, I've been to many of those, but I don't know if I'm missing something because there's some magical experience that this is not measuring up to, right? I have had the pleasure of being in an in-person estuary with one of the guys on screen here. Neil and I were both in Connecticut. I thought that was a beautiful and enriching experience. And by day 3, we were diving pretty deep. And I think all of us went away from that feeling of, a deeper connection with everybody else who'd been involved. So that's clearly valuable, but it's also an entirely different thing. right? So yeah, I guess I'm just a little puzzled by the sort of the allergic reaction to this arc thing. It's
Well,
like our heroes are disappointing us or something.
I think you nailed it. I think that the people critiquing the hardest, in my view, are the people who have familiarity with church camp or a retreat or, you know, cabin time. You know, like the phrase cabin time probably means nothing to you, Rod, but there's plenty of people probably watching that they hear cabin time and they know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, so there's that, and there's the TLC focus on the relationship, right? And the wanting to hear other folks open up and speak from the heart and speak honestly, and all of these things that that in-person relationality affords. And I think it's aggravated by the fact that so much of our we've grown so fond of many of the folks here. And so there's a sense in which we go to these conferences, and if there's going to be 2 or 3 people that I've interacted with in the TLC that is going to be there, well, I'm going to make sure that I do my darndest to like talk to them, right? So I think that, yeah, you're putting your finger on some of the main differences. And I'm not so sure, you know, if ARC is wishing, I think that there was a sense because of Jonathan Pajot's talk last year about just like, have you guys kind of noticed that like 80% of us are Christian, basically 90% of us are Christian? Can we just like, can this basically just be a Christian thing? And I think so many people saw that and were like, yes, well, let's make this a Christian thing. Let's have the Christians save the West, you know? And we'll do it by riding the arc 2 by 2 kind of a thing. So yeah, that kind of, is it a trade show? Is it a, you know, is it a passion conference? That'll ring other bells for other people. I think that it was kind of neither, but if I had to place it on one side, it would probably be closer to that corporate trade show. But also, I wasn't even there, right? So I don't know how much of that is a trade show in the UK completely different. I'm not sure.
Isn't like TED Talks or Davos, aren't these more analogous to what we're watching?
I think so. It's an elite thing, right? It is an elite thing. They're all wearing sports jackets, you know.
I have sometimes needled Paul a little bit that he might fetishize you know, failure. You know, like in a friendly way, right? It's like, you know, we don't want to make an idol of this. Sometimes, you know, very important movements emerge out of very, you know, inauspicious beginnings, and so we don't want to be against success. Obviously, defined however you define it, but there is a little bit of like some kind of reaction to status or elites or like whatever. I mean, okay, you know, it's a thing. They're doing their thing. If it's a net positive for the world at large, it's probably. I remember years and years ago. So I've been sort of, you know, tangentially in the art world for years. And I remember standing next to some piece of art, some piece of modern art, and I'm standing next to a person, and she says, "Oh, I hate that." She had like this sort of like visceral reaction to this thing hanging on the wall, right? And I'm like, that's weird, right? Like somebody went to like a whole lot of trouble to make this thing, and this is just their personal expression of creativity, and you know they put hours of work into it and hung it on the wall and lit it the way they wanted to light it, and the best I could come up with is if I don't like it, or it's like not my thing, or I wouldn't buy it, or I'm just going to move to the next piece. But the idea that I would have like a anger reaction to it was like real. And it turns out she's probably more normal than I am. Like that's actually a fairly common response, probably, to have kind of like a reaction to something that is someone else's creative product, right? And I've always just said like, hey, you know, it either speaks to you or it doesn't, and you know, the more the merrier, right? So
I think that the idea of taste is severely kind of underthought and underappreciated. But there is kind of this interesting thing that happens specifically with modern art, I find, where it really is kind of, because of its lack of form or symbolism, you could say, or like obvious symbolism, it does this weird thing where it just makes it highly subjective, the way that people, and so I'm sure that artist, if he heard or she heard, they heard that someone had that visceral strong response against their art, that would probably be just as interesting, if not more so, than someone really loving it, which that's just a weird thing. I love museums for that very reason, because I'll stare at a painting that I can't stand, that is just, I think it's the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life, and I'm just like, this ugly painting in this museum, like I paid to get in here, kind of a thing. But anyway, I want to be kind to our new guests. We've got Jonathan and Joe, the double J's from Up Where It Snows. How we doing, fellas?
Good. How are you?
Jonathan, you got any hot takes on ARC? I'm glad to see you, brother.
You too, man. Yeah, I've actually was meaning to reach out to you. I was just talking to Joe the other night, saying I got to reach out to McMo tonight or tomorrow, because which I will do still at some point.
I can't wait.
I'm well, and yeah, I just joined because I didn't see it was, I clicked to join before I joined, and I was just like, with no context, I didn't watch anything, so I was just like, I'm just gonna hang out, see, and then it's just boom, all the most interesting and salient concepts that are like, I'm like, I'm good, man, I'm good, I'm like, I mean,
drinking from the fire hose. I love it,
dude. Yeah, there's been a lot on my mind, lots going on, but I just came to hang out, and now there's more on my mind, which is nothing. Yeah, that's how it goes. It's
awesome. Joe, what's up, dude? You have any thoughts for us?
I'm gonna save a bunch of time and just say I second that.
Sick.
So let's go back to your analysis, Neil. You were trying to say something about providing some kind of cover for whatever this thing we're in the middle of right now. Did you want to elaborate on that?
Well, multiple times in my life, this is just my own personal experience, but I think it's true. The more I've talked about something that I was doing or wanted to do or wanted to have happen, the less likely it was to occur. And that, I think, scales outward in that it's not such that I'm against advertisement per se. I'm not convinced advertising actually works the way people think it works. And so so at the end of the day, an event like ARC, I would think to myself, like if I wanted it to be a top-down event, which it was, so I'm going to judge it by its fruit. Top-down meaning the structure and the events and the speakers were governed by the governing body above the primary events. If I'm doing something like that, what I would want to do is change the hearts and minds of the participants in some way, shape, or form. That's the real goal. If I'm doing, from top down. But then the question is, I kind of lost my stream of thought. Yes. So this is my stream of thought. Does talking about something actually change people's hearts and minds? Like what is it that changes people? What is it about Peterson that changed me? Because he did change me, but I'm not changed by ARC, or I would say I'm sort of changed in the opposite, in that I see the ways in which they're failing now to have an effect. Anyway. So I think about these things, like what are the ways in which we are actually changed? Because we are changed by other people, but it's not so obvious to me that things like advertising work the way we think they do. And it's probably, here's another way. One more thing. PVK had a video maybe a month ago, maybe a few weeks ago. It was about short-term, medium-term, long-term time horizons. I think advertising does work in that short-term, immediate time horizon. Like the psychological study of, like, you got to say a word enough times over enough time frame, and then it gets stuck in someone's mind or something. Like, I buy that. I do buy that. But that product or service that's still stuck in the first time horizon. Like I have a particular problem or I have a particular desire, and it's like, but what I'm more interested in is those middle and changing the middle and that last time horizon. The middle time horizon is like the long term, medium to long term goals that you have in your life. And that long term, that third tier is like your fundamental identity. Like what changes your fundamental identity? And I do think in some regard, TLC has changed even that third tier in me. Peterson definitely changed that third tier. But even TLC made me realize like, oh, it's not enough to bottom up Ubermensch, like my individual, like, like it's not enough, insufficient.
Well, it probably matters that when all of us first met Peterson, we were alone on our laptops or phones or listening to podcasts or watching YouTube or whatever. And so that experience, that, essentially a synthetic one-on-one experience, probably has a lot to do with what you're describing. The transformative power of that. I don't want to miss this. What is Jan God referring to about? Do you guys know what the grace topic is that inevitably is going to be scrapped because I'm here?
It's two topics in which I fundamentally disagree with Peterson.
Yeah,
and grace is one of them.
Neil, and I agree with Neil that
I must have missed that. Sorry.
Yeah. Whenever Jordan's presenting his understanding of Christian ideas, they come across as very Pelagian, is the kind of technical term. That there's a sense in which you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps and climb Jacob's ladder towards heaven. And he misses the aspect of Christianity whereby God, out of his great love, kind of allows us to, come to the conclusion or come to faith,
So
the way
works
in which
versus grace tension.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. I actually am familiar with that concept, so I know what he means.
Yeah. I don't know how familiar Jan God is with it. I think that Jan God might be thinking of it more as like a graceful, right? That there's an element of finesse or style that Peterson lacks, which might have been.
He's a better dancer than me, probably.
I could tell Jan God actually dances really well.
Peterson's an expert.
I'm trying to figure out what role I play that would eliminate the grace.
Well, you just came in right as Neil was like, "Is grace?" And then I was like, "Oh, we got a new guy, Rod." So it's on me. Yeah, Jan God was mad that I wanted to talk to you more.
It
about
may be true. I'm just trying to make sure it's entirely possible.
No, it wasn't related. Don't. No. What role do you play? I think you're the spiritual midwife. After the baby is born, the doctor comes in, takes all the credit, but really it was the midwife doing all the work behind the scenes. That's you, Rod.
That's Rod? Wow.
I'm actually very intrigued by the idea that you floated, Neil, and then it's almost like you said something else with the advertising thing. Like you've connected those things in your mind, and I didn't see what you were like. I didn't see that. So what were you trying to do with that?
Well, why do you throw a conference? So as I see it, okay, maybe three reasons. Okay, I'm going to make money. 4 reasons. I'm going to make money. I'm going to increase myself, my power, my capabilities, whatever that is. Number 3 might be I care about other people, and I think the conference is actually going to help other people. And in order to help other people, they need to be changed in some capacity, right? Otherwise, there's no such thing as help if you're exactly the same. And then number 4, no, that's it. Really, it's the helping other people. And then one way of helping other people might be, well, I know what's best for those people, so I'm going to give them the precise agenda that they need to be helped the most. Here we go. Or another way of helping people might be, I'm going to bring in other people that I know have the capacity. I don't know exactly how they have the capacity, but I know they have the capacity to be profoundly useful. And I'm going to just set up a structure. It's very basic that allows people to connect to one another. And I don't know the best way to help individuals, but I'm going to trust in the spirit of the event to help other individuals. And I'm just going to do my best to pray or focus or have faith in that. And so that's what I mean by the difference between, let's say, advertising is you're trying to get what you want. And what I'm talking about is I don't know what I want, but and that scales at the individual level, that scales at the conference level, and that's probably scales at a society level as well.
This Paul's further up and further in.
So what I'm saying is that, I mean, at the end of the day, this all comes down to our own projections and the things that we want. And what I care most about is helping other people the same way that Peterson helped me. Like I was profoundly changed. And the way I can measure that change, well, I can measure that change any number of ways. But I mean, I can just look at my life today compared to the way it was 8 years ago. I think Seabax feels much the same way because I know Seabax's story. And so then the question is like, if our goal is to just congratulate each other that now we're on the winning side and you know that now we all know each other and we celebrate and we yeah, or is our goal to actually like help other people, and then who are we helping, and then how are we? Yeah. Anyway, so that like I'm boiling all my personal frustration and the Neil rant right now. And
Wow.
to be honest, Rod, like honestly, I'm not that frustrated. I'm not, because I do genuinely feel that what TLC is doing is that. And I genuinely feel that there are plenty of forces out there to want to undermine that. And the more that there's something running interference that's instantiated, that's able to be, I shouldn't even say that word, but that something that's instantiated, that's actually able to be attacked in some way, shape, or form, a named body. TLC is a named body, but it's like, what are you attacking exactly? You know, whereas ARC is much more instantiated. It's easier to attack. So something that runs interference is far more effective at protecting the thing that's happening under the surface, behind the scenes.
So much for all of this secondary source talk. We've got a primary source with us now.
Yes, we do.
His name is Christian Baxter. You know, eyewitness to the art conference. Thanks for joining us, Christian.
I got my swag to prove it. I mean, I agree with Neil. That was my conversation with Marcus from More Christ. He articulated something very similar to Neil in my little interview with him, which was, it's easy to poke at the big thing, but he's like, it allows us to kind of all do our things here. And even he attached his conference at Christ and Culture kind of around ARC with Estuary. And then Paul, after ARC, is doing estuaries in other places. I saw Robert Barron do the same thing. You know, Jonathan Peugeot has a much more kind of niche understandings of things that are going on below the surface and generally what Paul's doing. And obviously he's been a part of a couple of, you know, TLC events at this point. So it's like, yeah, I think that you can look at the thing and think that there are, and rightly, it's okay. I think it's okay to be like, man, I think this could have been more effective for everybody if there was another layer here. But, and I think that's generally just the critique, that there was some other layer that would facilitate something. I think that's basically what came about from all the critique. But the thing, like Neil said, yeah, we're just kind of, I felt no pressure to not be who I was, in the sense of like, as a Christian, I didn't feel like as a person that kind of plays on YouTube, as people that I connected with on here. Once I kind of settled in, I did feel the intensity of like the elitism with the suit coats and everything. I felt that heavily the first day. Like McMo, you memed it right. Like, I mentioned this earlier today, but the first day of school vibes. And so that, I mean, that would probably even happen to some degree at Midwest Estuary, but less so, just because there's more relationship like across the board at something like that. But I don't know. I liked Neil's thought there. And the thing about Peterson, I know Neil and I share that with like pretty much like unabashed admiration for the effect, the personal effect, where McMo has like much more kind of generalized critique and for Peterson. But it is for me that it was also just, again, like it's like the personal aspect of that personal effect, even that Rod just pointed at about being alone on your computer 7-8 years ago, you know, there's a reality. Like I was still following that thread, but where did that thread lead me? Ultimately, it led me back to the corner. And there were so many interesting things, like even the spot that we met, we found a corner. Paul initially was like, let's meet at meeting space 4 in the big expo. And it was like in this corner back there. And yeah, there are a lot of corners, but I think that people don't understand that they could do this more. And this is possible more. And I think maybe that is part of Paul's frustration, is that when Peterson's last words from stage are pick up your paddle and row, he's almost talking to individuals still, and instead it's something like you're actually talking to groups now, because I did this little exercise before I got there in my notes on my phone. And I was like, well, if I talk to the biggest names that I know of at ARC, which I ended up not even attempting to do really that much, but I was like, what would I ask Jordan Peterson in doing and one of the things was like, you've already transformed generally some level of a collective subconscious. So why do you realize that? And what do you think that means? Or do you feel like you still have to keep trying to do that? That was kind of my question.
I liked, Neil, one of the things you said in kind of your first response was this idea that when you reach for something, it's like just out of reach. Like when you try to manifest it, it remains elusive, right? Almost like, like you're leaning over to pick up a ball and you kick it. You keep trying to pick it up and you keep kicking. It's like just out of reach, right? I liked that visual. One of the things that ever since, like from the first conversation I ever had with PBK, I remember he asked me, and he's basically asked me some form of this question every time we've ever talked, which was, what do you want, Rod? What are you looking for? What do you want? I'm sure it's an old pastor's trick. I'm sure it's not unique to me, but like no one had ever really asked me that question in that way before. I mean, maybe not no one, but rarely. It's not a question I'm used to getting, right? And so of course I stumbled on it. Like, that's a good question. Like, what am I doing here? Like, what, right? And I have a feeling that this is relatable, right? Like, I'm seeing somebody's like, what is this again? How many times do we ask ourselves this question? Why are we here? Why do I find this interesting?
It's the best defense of the space, is because we can honestly answer, we don't know. So if someone trying to attack is like, even the people within it don't know what they're defending, then how can you attack?
Right. But in my case, I know that I had a hook. I mean, I was interested for probably a lot of the same reasons everybody else was. But then I had a hook. It's like, oh, his mom grew up in the same town my dad did. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I'll reach out to him. So there was a personal thing, right? And I'm still here all these years later. And I try to answer the question. I have a better answer as to why I'm here, at least after all these years. And it's something like, even though I still feel that an overtly religious frame is perhaps inadequate for the times that we're living in, it may be the best we have. Like I could go hang out with people who just want to talk politics. It's like, it's just not very interesting. Sorry. Or they wanted to fight the culture war all over again. Or they were just really into sports, or they're into music gear. It's like, it's great. Once I find the pedal I like, I don't feel the need to really talk about it. Like some people just really like to talk about that stuff, right? So it's like you go into various spaces and people want to talk about whatever they want to talk about. They want to nerd out on whatever their particular area of interest is. And like, that's great. Like I would never want to be the person who ruined their fun, right? At least in this space, I find that first of all, the quality of the people who want to have those kinds of conversations tend to be, they're curious, they're seekers, they're open, right? I'm sure this is a subset of the people who really like to talk about religion and philosophy and so forth. It's obviously not the more doctrinaire type of people who just want to preach, right? I'm not sure we have quite achieved like what the true potential of whatever this is yet. I think maybe we all feel that a little bit, but at least I have a better answer as to why I'm here. Is because I actually have come to really like these people, and I like the level at which they engage the big questions of life.
Seaback's. Oh, I was going to see if you wanted to say anything before he left, but we appreciate the on the ground reporting, even if we do have to make fun of you sometimes for your camera angles and how small you are compared to people like PVK. You know, you got to take your lumps if you're going to be on the open wide internet. That's part of it for sure. Yeah,
I stood in that Connecticut photo in such a place that made me appear much taller than I actually am. So.
Well, it's not about that. I mean, being tall, being short, both are cool. Shout out to my short king. Shout out to my short kings out there. You know what I'm saying? But I get very frustrated with the like, what are we doing? Question. And it's funny because the question gets talked about so much. Like that is what the navel gazing that I just like, I roll my eyes and I sit through it because, that kind of self-consciousness I think is probably important, even though it's boring and uninteresting to me. That being said, I think that for a completely different reason, I don't like Marcher asking for it, because Marcher is just trying to provoke us and trying to show that, oh, you look at how confused their telos is. They'll never climb the heights of Aquinas in knowledge and understanding because they're not having conversation on the basis and with the goal of truth. And it's like, Marcher, have you ever had a friend, brother? But see, the thing is that you were pointing to, Rod, is like, yes, actually, Marcher has had a friend, because I'm Marcher's friend. I've gotten to know Marcher in the voice chat, so I like him. And Phoebus nails it. What is Marcher doing here is the real question, you know? And so, but like, yeah, that kind of, and it's Luke, right? It's the personal knowing. It's Grimm. It's the VNA. It's Vervaeke. It's the 4 Ps. This is distributed cognition that we're helping each other through. And there's also just the element of the internet is a great place to be an old guy at Hardee's, just sitting around the table, eating biscuits, drinking coffee, and bullshitting. And dudes need to hang out, and sometimes ladies can hang out too. But like all these, sometimes I think because we have so many smart folks around here, and so many folks who are, I think, actually addicted to certain types of conversations, where they just have to scratch that itch. They can't not talk about the thing they want to talk about. And so this is a great kind of rehab facility for folks who love to talk and who need to learn to listen. And I'm going to try to let that be as close to the final word on what I think is going on here as I can possibly make, but I'm sure it'll come up again and I'll have to reshuffle the deck again. I want to completely change the subject. Jonathan, there has been incredible things happening in the skies recently. There have been regrettable things happening in regards to the satellites that control our internet and show the overlords over us in these spaces your content that they apparently do not like at all, and so they've shut you down. They've censored you. But this McMo stream, as long as I can, will be a place of free speech. And if not free speech, free thought. And we'll get so much better at thinking and speaking that we can speak about things we're not allowed to speak about because we've thought about things we're not allowed to think about. And one of those things is astrology. Jonathan, give us an update, sir. What are the skies telling us?
Sure. Well, the first thing,
and I love putting you on the spot.
all good. The first thing that comes to mind is that Mars stations direct tomorrow, which means that it'll be going the normal motion through the zodiac as usual. You know, from our perspective, it appears to go backwards for a while and then keeps going. You know, the phenomenological first-person geocentric. You know, we gotta have some of that for sure. And so Mars was retrograde for the past while. I could let me check how long it was so I can give some useful dates here. If I go, yeah, so Mars is in Cancer right now. Tends to be kind of a difficult / not great sign for Mars. Can be a little defensive, emotional, guarded, snappy, but you know, also very loyal nurturing, protective. And so station retrograde on around December 1st. Let me see, somewhere, right around there. And that was in Leo, so it went back into Cancer. This is, there's of course a million things I should say. Perhaps I should move on. We just started Pisces season in the tropical zodiac. We're coming up on a new moon in a couple of days. Big astrology over the next couple weeks in Pisces. I do feel a little bit on the spot. I'm not an expert at this, but astrology. That's kind of the...
And that was the astrological minute here on the McMo stream. We thank you for tuning in. It is about 25 minutes past the hour. We're on the live internet. We've got our friends here, Rod, Joe, Neil Daedalus, that is, Jonathan, McMobile, and McMo. If you're listening in, we're glad you're here, hopefully making you feel not alone. But remember, there's always mind control.
In the corner has been swamped with a
Mind control.
Mind control. Mind control. Mind control.
Seethings throws for mind control. So this is how bad I have failed.
I understand you have respect for serious play. Yes, I have a ritual with my channel where, like reminding fish that they're in water, I remind people that there's a lot of mind control out there, even if you just consider advertising.
So this is how bad I have failed.
I give you a savings throw against the mind control I use against you. So A, I'm using it against you, and if it works, I get more points. And B, you get the chance to resist. You base your resistance on your choice between your will to survive, your social networks, your accumulated wisdom, or the power of your heart.
Mind control will continue in a moment.
Well,
that's a great one.
A nice little refresh for us. Rod, I know that I've heard you tell stories about kind of interacting with, shall we say, like the artistic types. How do you interact when you've got like somebody that's like, well, I'm a Gemini, so this is, I'm bound to be a star or something, like I'm sure like you've had to come across that, just because I know that some of the types of people that you've interacted with.
Stretching me here.
Do what?
You're stretching me here. Well, actually starting with that little story I told about standing in front of a piece of art and just be like, I'm sure this is a big five thing, probably. I don't feel the need to weigh in on something that is somebody else's thing, right? So I can just I just try to appreciate it for what it is as best I can. If I don't understand, I try to learn. I try to gain some understanding if that's available. And artists, I mean, my whole experience of kind of backing into the world of art and music as a finance guy has just been one of these accidental but thoroughly enriching experiences. I mean, it just opened up a world of relationships and interesting people and experiences, and too many to tell. But so I one of the things that happened when I first started getting involved, I had co-founded an arts collaborative. And so we were just having meetings all over town and kind of inviting anybody who wanted to come. And we would meet in different spaces like theaters and dance studios, and just kind of moved it around and invited people to just come and talk about it. And then I started getting invited into people's studios, like their workspaces. And sometimes, it's just like a little corner of a garage or like a shed in the backyard, or right. Anything,
we're in
right?
mine right now.
Right. And a lot of times they'd be kind of apologetic, they'd be kind of sheepish about it. And I felt like I was being sort of ushered into hallowed ground, like this is where all that happens. Right. And so I've just kind of always felt that way. Right. So if I encounter somebody who has done some kind of deep thinking or deep, concentration on a particular thing of any type, I'm instantly interested. because right, it's like, well, I'm going to learn something new, right? So yeah, I don't have some of the kind of reflexive allergic reactions to something if it's not, if it challenges my worldview or something like that.
That makes
So
me think of Michael Malice. He talks about like it's one of those classic like there's two types of people in the world or whatever, and it's like if you're at a party and somebody says like I'm a stamp collector, there's one type of person that's like, oh, that's cool, on to the next topic, and then there's somebody that's like, tell me everything,
totally, yeah, totally. Like you sit next to somebody on an airplane and just get them talking. I remember my best example of this is I'm connecting through Charlotte somewhere. I'm pretty sure it was Charlotte. And I'm sitting next to this guy, and it turns out that like he was registered with the ATF because he was an explosives expert for beaver dams. Like his entire job was to go and blow up all these beaver dams that crop up constantly and create, flood houses and backyards. And so, we had an hour and 15-minute flight wherever we were. And I got like the full story on like those damn beavers and like all the process he had to go through to be, authorized to use explosives to blow these things up and stuff. It was just like the most random conversation, but it was really interesting.
Bad day to be a beaver. Neil, you got to leave us shortly. You got any final words for us, brother?
Got to get off mute. No. I think what we're doing is just fine. I think it's going to take decades. I think that's a time frame of success that Rod doesn't find acceptable in a normal American.
No, I do. No,
system.
I do. No, that's
Okay.
my point. Like that actually is my point, is that many things that ultimately end up being quite consequential are well beyond the horizon of your own lifetime. Like you don't control that. You have no way of knowing that. And what you should be doing is just doing your part to shepherd it along.
Well, we always talk about, is the church a structure like a cathedral that takes 200 years to build, or is it the body of the people? I know McMo's answer to that. I know my own answer to that. If the body of the people takes several hundred years to build effectively, is that not perhaps the strongest church? And
How
I'll
about
leave you
this,
at
Neil?
that.
Maybe said
Yeah.
more poetically, which takes longer, to build an arm or to build a cast?
What's coming to my mind is I watched National Geographic's
You
Pompeii.
said Nashville Geographics?
Nashville Geographic's Secrets of Pompeii, where they have these casts made of the husks of people buried in pyroclastic flow. That's what's coming to my mind.
Pyroclastic flow is a very scary thing, but it gets used in so many hip hop rap songs because it's just got such a great pyroclastic flow. Like there's so many people that talk about their flow being the pyroclastic flow. And so that's whenever I hear that word, it's kind of like if you know a word in another language, it's just kind of its own thing. Pyroclastic flow, as used to describe a rap flow, is like number one in McMo's internal dictionary, and then the actual geologic phenomenon is probably like 2 or 3.
I'm something of a scientist myself.
Just to leave on a silly note, because New Orleans is known for bounce, and I'm sure
You don't know
McMo
nothing
knows
about
this,
bounce, Neil.
but I've come up with my own, which is double-decker carburetor, double-decker carburetor, double-decker carburetor. I can't do it. All right, I'll see you.
Nice,
Bye.
nice. Well, we might have to sample that later. Well, Rod, just you now find yourself with pretty much some of the most psychedelic and
See if I can keep up.
Yeah, we've now entered the we're outside of like a Grateful Dead concert now.
Are you saying this for my own protection?
Yeah, just so you know, we've
Trying to
left the Hardys,
save me
and yeah, we're
from
left the
embarrassing
Hardys.
myself.
Yeah.
Kind of bummed that Neil left because I kind of wanted to, continue that conversation a bit.
I'll pretend to be Neil. Go ahead, keep
What
going.
do you think Neil's second disagreement with Peterson was? Not that I want to get like all the way back in the weeds there. But,
That's a good question. What do we think Neil's? I wonder if it has
Those
to
are
do.
damn suits. I don't like them.
Yeah, it's probably just aesthetic. It's completely on the aesthetic level that Neil's. Now, I bet it would have to.
I'm sure.
My guess would that it would be something. Oh, Tayo thinks maybe it's evolution. That's a good one. I bet it.
Neil
Tayo
has some definite opinions about that.
Neil does, and so does Peterson for sure. My guess was it was going to be something about Catholicism. That would be my guess.
Anyway, perhaps I'll ask him in some way. The other thing I was the stuff he was saying about like what moves people. I didn't see exactly. I think Rod, you said the same thing, like how he got from the grace thing to the what moves people and like why these events happen and stuff. But it's definitely there's interesting stuff there with the whole art thing. Like that's always been a thing with me. I've been particularly I don't know, let's say resistant to creative advice. You know, like I remember ever since I was little, my art teachers would be like, "That's not the assignment," and I was like, "This is what I'm making," and and you know, hopefully I've gotten a bit better with that. But also, I just think it's such a deep thing in general. Like it reminds me of Christ, both in the sense where, on the one hand, he could approach people. Like I kind of conceive of everything we do as an artful, creative endeavor in some extent, right? So like people are you encounter people and they've got this particular musical vibe coming from them, and it's like a lot of times we can be off put by people's musicality, and you know, I imagine Christ going up to, you know, the homeless and the sick and being able to encounter them as a person, not get stuck at this you know, perhaps aesthetic judgment of their kind of music, or however you want to put it, kind of mixing metaphors a bit. Like that's definitely a big thing, I think. I remember saying to Joe one time, you know, Mo already tossed the psychedelic thing in there as well, so I might as well say it, that I noticed like that was something that I noticed when I first tripped, is that like kind of being, I don't know, maybe that's blowing up the question too much, but I think there's something to be said for like being able to vibe with or appreciate more types of musics, you know, than we like. It's like a thing that we can get better at, I think, you know, that we just like, Christ being able.
I never would have tied that to something like being Christ-like, but I really respond. I resonate with that point a lot. We do some artist management, and you know, it's one thing to just sort of have a conversation with an artist. It's another thing to help manage their career, right? Like you're in pretty deep, and a lot of these people are vibrating at a completely different frequency, and
Yeah.
part of the reason we love them is because of that, right? But they're, you know, some of them may struggle with just kind of ordinary life, you know, just kind of, and you know, your job, if you're doing that, is to try to help them with all of that, actually, to just have something like a sustainable career and everything. So
Feeling personally attacked, but please continue.
yeah, it's a, you know, it can be a bit of a cat herding exercise, but to your point, Jonathan, I think you really you have to begin with kind of a place of love, and you have to genuinely have affection for the person. You know, you sometimes you can see them struggling with the thing that they're trying to give birth to, but if you're alongside them and committed to helping them do that, well, then you're kind of on the journey with them, right? Whether the degree to which you can help or not, it remains to be seen, but at least you're on the right side of it.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of fractal in the sense where it's true in every moment that like everybody is, their soul yearns to, like, you know, I talked with Stephen, we kind of, one might be able to say that like deep in our souls, all that each person ultimately wants to do is to be in the choir of angels singing holy, holy, or like, you know, what we each yearn to be our best self. Like that's our encoded, the song that's trying to play through us, you know, and to every time you encounter someone, to be able to kind of help them in this artistic way. Yeah, I definitely think. Yeah, and I also think it affects in another sense where it reminds me of Christ, just to talk about art and being annoyed by artistic dispositions or whatever, that you know, when like ultimately Christ as the shining example is like, this is, people responded rather violently to this, you know, to this creative act of God, or and kind of like his very being, you know, people were so repulsed, like you were saying with the painting, you know, that, you know, they weren't able to encounter that, or something that you know, they eventually crucified him, you know. And so I definitely think so. Yeah, it's very salient concept to me. That's I was kind of shaking as I first joined. I was like, oh my god, this is like, this, you guys are talking about and connecting it to arc and stuff. So yeah, I didn't see exactly how Neil was making that connection, but it's very interesting to me because I'm also very curious about like, these more in-person endeavors, and also just like the evolution of the, communitas and fellowship, etc. Philia.
Well, it of course makes me think of Kierkegaard.
We can summon
I
McMo.
want to talk about which.
What is it? It's all you have to do is say Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard.
We'll see if he stops in the chat later.
So specifically, it was I think at least two things. Let me see if I can remember both of them. But one of them was just like the idea of the aesthetic age or the aesthetic sphere, and that kind of being not just like an area of interest, but like a mode of existence. And so it carries along with it a lot of the some people, you can graciously call it like vibrating at a higher level, or you can say mental illness, or you can say problems with executive function, side effects of CTE. That was one of the things.
Did he associate this age with the age of Aquarius, perhaps?
No, it wasn't like that. I don't think he very much addresses astrology at all.
I just also,
I'd be interested in that.
But then a joke though, like maybe did he see this as like on the horizon, like a more shift into an aesthetic mode of being?
In some ways, yes, but I think he also sees it as it could be a stage of development. Like it could be your 20s where you're, more interested in the newest band and that girl that started showing up at your coffee shop, like that kind of thing. But the other thing that I was going to say was like the idea of Christ, like it's saying in the scripture, blessed is he who is not offended by me. And so I do think that there is this heart of who Christ is, that he kind of even knows himself that he's very offensive to folks. But yeah, that was my 2 cents. And then I also want to welcome, we've got Mark S. Welcome, Mark.
Thanks.
Yeah, that definitely resonates with me, though. Like that was kind of the thing that kind of got me feeling, I definitely don't mean to claim any particular virtue or status or anything by saying this, but that was the thing that really kind of did it. Here comes the joke. Oh shit.
Yeah, McMo has trained all of us to not even anything that might even come close to sound like we're bragging. We have to put a big old disclaimer next to it.
Not to brag. Not to brag.
This is coming. Oh shit. I'm getting chased by goose. Yeah, because that was the thing, is like when I don't know, maybe it was maybe there's nothing to it at all. And again, I don't mean to claim anything, but like when I first took acid, the beauty of the interpersonal relationships, seeing how deep relations can go, that we can encounter each other and have this deep dialogus and stuff, and that so many people don't have that, and like are feeling lonely and cut off. And so I was feeling very inclined to, like, every person I meet, just pour out love for people and just kind of encounter them at this deep level, probably like a little bit of a hand-waving madman craziness, but then but the thing is that in doing that, you learn that not everybody really I suppose it's all about how you approach it, of course, but it's like there's some people who are just more guarded in this respect. It's hard to put. It can really, being vulnerable can really freak people out, or like put them on guard and stuff. So like upon realizing one day that like this was essentially why Christ was on the cross, in a sense, that he was so moved to love people, and he was pouring out his love for the whole world, and he said, I will keep doing this because I love you and I forgive you. Crucify me, I forgive you, I love you. And I was like, oh man, that was really big for me. So I definitely think that because I had experienced like that kind of pushback, but again, this is not me claiming to be particularly Christ-like, and I think a lot of it was that maybe I was hand waving a bit excessively, so yeah. I don't remember how that relates to Kierkegaard, but
it doesn't have to relate to Kierkegaard. Relating it to Kierkegaard is my responsibility.
I was just trying
don't worry.
Just trying to do some card keeping. Don't worry.
I don't know if I know the story as to how you ended up so into Kierkegaard, McMo. If you've told it too many times, don't do it on my account. But I'm not sure.
My Kierkegaard testimony.
Yeah, like how did that become your thing?
Um, I was sad and lonely and didn't have anybody but my dad to talk to about theology and philosophy, and was really hungry for like the next step, but I didn't like Plato, and Nietzsche made me mad. Uh, and then I had heard of Kierkegaard, and then eventually just it came in with my discovery of audiobooks. I realized that I could read audiobook classics by just listening to them, and uh, so that began listening to the Republic and all of these, classics. And finally, I found Kierkegaard, and it was just kind of love at first sight kind of a thing. So, um, yeah, we have a lot that I see myself in him. But then there's enough kind of like disagreement for me personally, um, that it keeps me interested. And still to this day, sometimes he'll craft a sentence that I just cannot believe. He even in translation, it's like how I could not say it better than that. And this is a translation of Danish. Um, so yeah, there's other excellencies within Kierkegaard that I could go on and on about as to why I like him, but I think that suffices for a nice little testimony.
It's Hermann Hesse for me. Had a similar experience reading Siddhartha and kind of doing a whole deep dive into that whole category of writing and thinking. So I can relate.
I always like it when people are particularly moved by, thinkers or authors or whatever, and because it's really that the personal interest is where it's this part that really, because sometimes that can be hard to glean. Like I don't know, and I like learning about Kierkegaard and stuff, and I'm reminded through McMo. I mean, it's cool, and I feel like there's still a lot to learn. And I'm genuinely curious, like when I ask about type of stuff, but also Hermann Hesse, Grimgris recommended a Hermann Hesse thing to me, but I don't remember what it was called. I might be able to find it. But
One of his is quite depressing. The young it reminded me a little bit because he has sort of a Kierkegaard flavor to him. I think it's the young. Oh, come on. Steppenwolf.
Goodness. No.
In the meantime, I'd like to welcome Tayo. Still haven't heard from Mark S. And we haven't heard from Joe in a while either.
I got a Kierkegaard book a while back, and because I used to try to pretend like I understood Hegel, and then because I read a bunch of books I read one pretty dense book about Hegel, and then I listened to a bunch of podcasts about him, and then I just decided I don't want to actually read them. And then I heard that Kierkegaard kind of owned Hegel in some of his writings. He kind of made fun of him. And then I started hearing McMo talk about Kierkegaard. So I picked up one of his books, and it's called The Spiritual Writings. I don't know if it's kind of a compilation, but he has this essay. Like the first essay is just about that verse in James, every perfect gift comes from above. And he spends probably about 15 pages just telling you why you don't really understand that verse. And then his conclusion is that, as far as I understood, was that everything that happens to you in your life is a perfect gift of God. If you don't see it that way, then you don't see things right, or something like that. It's kind of an interesting point of view.
That would frankly be quite absurd of him to say that, Mark S. If for my opinion, that seems like a very absurd thing to say. Not easy to swallow.
Well, I mean, that is if I understood it correctly, but but I had to stop reading because too much theology lately. I can't take anymore. So.
Yeah, I find it healthy to go in seasons, and to kind of trust your intuitions when something's getting a little tiresome to you. Sometimes you need to push through, and because there's something that you're hiding from yourself. and you're just kind of lying to yourself saying like, this is too deep for me. I can't sort this out. And you really do need to spend some time and wrestle with it. But then I think most of the time when you're feeling that, you're like, okay, you either know what you need to know in these regards, or you aren't ready for that knowledge yet. And I mean, I guess that is actually right in line with what Kierkegaard's saying in a sense, where it's like, you reading Kierkegaard, you reading that essay is even a perfect gift coming down from the Father of Lights, right? So, with that being said, I do think that, trust your gut. If it's not for you, it's not for you. I don't
Well,
think there's anything wrong with that.
no, I actually really enjoyed it. Honestly, it's just that I'm kind of like learning all this other theological stuff on the side, and I feel like he would just open up a whole nother thing that I'd have to learn about that I don't know if I have the energy for it. So
I get that. Tayo, what have you got for us, brother?
Oh, keep it on topic. I tried to listen to Fear and Trembling over the weekend for like the 10th time, I feel like. So I downloaded the audiobook a while back. I listened to an audiobook of a book PVK talked about called Kierkegaard by Stephen Blackhouse, which was sort of like an introduction of
Meh.
and I really liked it. That's what got me interested in
Fair
Kierkegaard
enough. Fair enough.
before you came around. Kierkegaard expert McMull.
I liked the book too. I liked the book too. I just disagreed with some of his interpretations, and so I need to be an arrogant prick and let it be known that I don't agree with everything he says. So forgive me.
But yeah, like I said, I tried to listen to Fear and Trembling, but I was really interrupted by my friend who wanted to talk about all of the complain about stuff. So, and Kierkegaard, I think, makes me understand just how smart all of you in the corner are, because I need to listen to every sentence at least twice before I like, wait, what does that mean? And I have to Google a few things, search up what's that reference, and it's a lot of work. I agree with Marquez.
Grim is saying Damien, by the way, was the book I was trying to remember.
Yes.
Yeah. What's the book about? Let's get off of Kierkegaard. What's the book about?
Have you read that one? Or?
I have not read Damien. Siddhartha was sort of my book from Hesse. It's basically, thinly veiled Buddhism, basically.
I see. Yeah, I remember I watched a short video about Damien, but I don't quite remember what it was about. We'll have to do that again at some point.
At one point, I knew what Siddhartha was about, but I have completely forgotten the plot, anything from that book. I definitely didn't read it, but I'm assuming I must have skimmed the Spark Notes or anything or something. But can you remind me?
Certain stage in your life, it's a for me it was a formative book. Yeah, I mean he's let's see, it's at least 25 years ago, more. But yeah, he's let's see, he starts. What I remember most about it is that he starts out rich, he gets poor, he loses all his money, he gets rich again. There are beautiful women. He joins a group of monks and lives an ascetic lifestyle. It's kind of a narrative arc. But
you had most of us the beautiful women. I'm in.
But he ends up there's this old man who takes basically runs a little ferry across a river, and that's all he does. He just stands by the river and he brings people back and forth. And at the end of the journey, he's just going to sit with the old man. He's just going to be there next to him. And then at some point, the old man dies. At some point, that's what he does. Is he just helps people back and forth across the river. So
this guy right here.
Spoiler alert, because but it obviously Hesse was very influenced by Eastern philosophy and was kind of westernizing it.
Gotcha. So, and Siddhartha was the name of the Buddha, right? It was like Siddhartha Buddha. Is that right?
So yeah, we need Mark D. Parker to.
Yeah, that's true.
Give us all this. I'm not a Buddhist, but
yeah, we need. Who would have thought?
I don't mind.
We would be at a point.
I don't mind the
Mark Parker.
Eastern influence. I'm a big fan of the I Ching, as I've discussed with McMojo before.
Yeah, the I Ching's probably a demon, but guess what? I'm not scared of demons. I don't really think that, but for the joke, it
Yes.
works. Well, I got to be honest, fellas. Yeah, go ahead, Jonathan.
I was going to say, go ahead.
Or Joe. Sorry, it sounded like somebody was about to talk.
Yeah, I think it was Mark.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that about the I Ching. I've known a number of people that swore by it, that it was like this really intense, I don't know, kind of divination tool or something. And I asked them like, well, what happened? And nobody's ever like been able to tell me exactly what it does. Well, maybe they were able and they chose not to, but like I've never understood what exactly it is and what it does. And maybe you have to do it. I don't know.
I've done it, and I'm with McMore, and I'm not joking. It's definitely demonic, but I'm not scared of demons.
Well, dude. No, definitely.
Well, it opens you up to being influenced by demonic, because what it is, from when I did it, was to help with decision making. It's sort of, you bring a question to it, and I think the dice that we rolled, and then there's a book that tells you what the numbers correlate to, and that's supposed to help give you some wisdom. And it's a book of wisdom is the most generous way I can put it.
I don't know if I'm trying to defend the whole ass I Ching right now, because it would take I'm just not in the spirit to do that. So, but I don't think that I don't think that's fair characterization. But I could understand. I have understanding for why people would perhaps be inclined to see it that way. It's definitely pretty anathema to our. I don't know. Like, have you heard Ty? Have you heard Matthew Peugeot talking about like divination, and he talks about like Eve and like listening to the animals and stuff. That I find that as a helpful way into like understanding how, because I think another reason why people
sorry Jonathan, that's just you could not have picked a funnier example than listening to the animal. for the context of my Christianese background, that just like screams to me, oh yeah, there's the demon. He was talking to the serpent. Sorry, but I'll let you continue.
I understand that. It's again, I don't really want to get into all of this.
No. I do want to know the point you were making about. No, I have not heard Jonathan talk about Eve talking. What did they say about others that relate to?
I wish I could remember it better. It's like how there's a masculine and a feminine aspect to everything, and like the masculine aspect is the naming, like the identifying, and then there's like a more receptive aspect or something, such that when we encounter people, we can't just put them in a box. We also have to be open to like what is jumping out at us, basically. And it's like, instead of us deciding, imposing on reality, it's letting reality tell us what to do next. And like the way I think about the I Ching is that it's kind of like reality is always telling you exactly what you need to hear, but like sometimes it's like too confounding or subtle so it's like a method of helping you attune to and like narrow down. It kind of breaks it into like almost like elements of time, where it would like basically help you get an answer from reality is how I conceive of it. Like, it helps narrow down, but it's hard to describe. And I think a lot of the reason why people struggle to describe like what it is or how it's helped them or something is because it's like definitely, well, aside from the fact that it's been kind of demonized and stuff, like it's also just that we don't really have a great understanding of like how exactly it works. I think it probably has, like the older cosmologies are helpful in some sense, but I don't know, they're not definitely perfect. Like with the I Ching, it's always through a Chinese, like all the text is Chinese, so there's all this Chinese symbolism and philosophy kind of baked in. But I think like the underlying principle of the I Ching is like, or like the mechanism or whatever is like more it's like deeper than just the kind of Chinese. I think they just kind of figured it out first or something.
Another question. Is anybody aware of any deep scholarship on how much Jesus was affected by the Eastern traditions?
I'm somewhat aware, definitely not like
Yes is the answer. There is lots of literature about that. I could probably find some books on my shelf that I haven't read called like Christ and Eastern mysticism, or Christ and the Tao, or what does Jesus have to do with Buddha? Like all of these what
it's basically like lots in the Bible, like when they throw lots to decide things.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, casting lots is biblical. That's how they found Matthias to replace Judas. It was a casting of lots. So I do think that there's a sense in which, to the extent that it's used superstitiously,
yeah,
that there's good grounds for a Christian to kind of say, like, yeah, if you're kind of making life choices based off of a roll of a dice and your finger on a book, and you are thinking of your relationship to reality as somehow being mediated by this book and by luck, then that's where, to me, it starts to become demonic.
And that also happens with scripture sometimes, and astrology. I think of like all these things can become idols, and we can become idolatrous about our relationship. Like,
yep. And so this is in the scripture. There's only one mediator between God and man, the Lord Jesus Christ, right? And so you'd hope that would be like the Christian view. But I do think that there's a sense in which, for many Christians, I think, and I could count myself among them at different points in my life, and maybe even now, it's not clear. Maybe it takes a certain type of self-awareness. To me, it feels like there could be a type of envy towards the faith that someone who reads their horoscope from the newspaper. I guess people don't do that. It's probably Instagram now or something. But however they're getting their daily horoscope, or if they're doing a daily I Ching reading, like there's a sense in which the people who are doing that have way more faith in those practices in a real embodied ritualistic way than most Christians have, for instance, in the Eucharist or in their daily prayers, or a strong belief that actually when they pray, God hears them. And I think so that it does tie into Kierkegaard because of what Mark S. said. But sorry, go, Jonathan.
My bad. I'm interrupting.
No, you go.
Okay, I will say, I always say the Jesus prayer whenever I throw the I Ching, and this is like I conceive of it in a Christian framework. And I think if you're messing with astrology and you don't like have a Christian framework to some extent, whatever that, like, it's, to me, it's wild that like the phrase Christian astrology, like this is a confounding phrase to people. And like, to me still, to a large extent, it's like, I don't know exactly precisely what that means, but I think, I talk about sometimes the sun and the moon and the balance between the sun and the moon, but it's like, I don't know. I think there's lots of work to be done with when it comes to like integrate, like,
right. Well, to me, it's a similar argument to what Kierkegaard was saying for Mark S. Right, like that. The full verse is, every good gift comes down from above, from the Father of lights. And so if you don't see the obvious astrological connections there, if you think the wise men were dumb boys who got lucky, like, then you can totally dismiss astrology completely. But I think that there is a pathway, maybe less for the I Ching than astrology. I'm a little more dubious. I'm probably about halfway between Jonathan and Tayo on the I Ching itself. But like I said earlier, if it's a demon, I'm not scared of demons. There's one mediator between God and man, the Lord Christ Jesus. That's the rock. But saying all that to say, and it sounds like other people wanted to talk too, so I'm not trying to totally take over. But just to say that, yeah, the love that moves the sun and the stars, like this was a very kind of regular thing at the time of Christ. And there are a lot of like astrological events that line up with the life of Christ. If you didn't realize, we're in the 2025th year of our Lord Jesus Christ. So there's all of these reasons, to be okay with kind of exploring global religion, global thought. Our good anonymous friend who changes his or her name over the every week or two mentioned something earlier that had me. Yeah. There are 1,500 Taoist texts, ancient deep Sikh. Let that sink in, Christians. And my position would not be that we need to ignore them.
Yeah,
but
I would
it's
love
not
to learn
like
more about all that, like those scholarship that you had mentioned. That's interesting stuff. I don't know.
I don't know how fun it is for the audience to watch me be thoroughly lost for most of this. So I'll since you're dropping inspiring quotes from Kierkegaard, I'll give you one from Hesse.
Here we go.
One of my favorite quotes is from Hermann Hesse, and it's, "Be bold, and mighty forces will come to your aid." Always like that one. But lovely spending a little time with you guys.
Rod, before you go,
Sure.
I came on because you were on, and I don't want to miss my opportunity. And this is going to take us back. I'm sorry, no one really wants to talk about Ark because it's been overdone. But
That's what I got on here for.
I will be speaking. I got a chance to speak to Paul briefly on the last day of Ark, and I'll be speaking to him again next week because we've got events in London. And I just wanted to, I guess, do some recognition with someone older and wiser, because I don't want to speak out of terms. Because I think similarly to you, when I listened to Paul's critique, it sounded to me like okay. Let me reframe it. Let me reframe it because I am going to speak out of terms. There's a question that Mark Lefebvre asked in the live stream that I watched this morning that I don't think was answered really, which is, what would it look like to do a 4,000 people event with the estuary Telos still being at the center of it? And I don't think anyone really has a good answer because it's not an easy thing to pull off. So if the criticism, I think Seabax gave it an answer that I think but I wanted to know your thoughts on why you think Paul reacted the way in which he did, and is it fair to criticize his criticism, or is it, I don't know if I'm making sense, but I think you've got a gist.
Yeah, I got the idea. Well, that's why I said when I started, I wanted to make sure I didn't fall into the trap of critiquing critique. Because, my first reaction is like, I don't know, coming in hot, PVK, like, you're going over to London at their invitation or whatever, and you bought a ticket, and I assume, I don't know, actually know that. I don't know, seems almost ungracious to, once you're there, so I had my first reaction is like, why can't it just be what it is? Make the most of it. But and you might, I don't know if you heard my original comments, but I was essentially thinking through the lens of whoever organized it, like, whatever it is they say they're trying to do, let's evaluate them based on that, right? Rather than what we wish it was, right? You'll often hear authors who will write a book and someone will speak up and have some critique of the book, and they'll say something like, well, it sounds like I didn't write the book that you would have written, right? It's like, let it be whatever it is. But I get it. We're working something out here. And the reason why, I think the reason why the TLC folks, particularly the really active ones, have strong opinions is because to some extent, we're pinning our hopes on, the origins of this whole thing in Peterson and whatever he's up to. And probably also kind of groping our way forward to try to figure out what this is going to look like, like, what are we doing here? How's it all going to work out? Are we going somewhere with this? Jacob will get frustrated because Paul's, in his opinion, is keeping it too small, right? I think Paul's probably closer to correct on that this is actually a relatively niche thing. It's a relatively small thing, at least at the moment, if you just look at the number of people who are normally watching a live stream or whatever. But it's obviously a very valuable thing, right? So I'm freestyling here, Tayo. Another thought, so this, drawing on some experience. So I have many years working in the nonprofit world and sort of being receiving a lot of grant applications for various very worthy things. You're presented with all these things that would be wonderful if they all existed, and they need money to do it, and you're sort of trying to evaluate the merits of every particular program, right? And how much, what's their impact and how much money they're asking for and blah, 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 right? And so we developed this kind of simple idea, which is like, if you think of like a funnel of, in this case, it was mostly in the music area of music education and that kind of thing. So if you, and primarily with youth. So if you're thinking of, like, let's say you wanted to raise some money to make it so that 5,000 young people could go to their first symphony concert, say, right? And you thought that that would be a good thing, line up all the school buses, make a field trip out of it, and they all get to go see this concert. So that would be, that you'd be spending a lot of money, but per pupil, it's not that much. And the scope of the experience is fairly shallow, right? It's a lot of kids, but not a particularly deep, kind of experience, right?
Yeah.
And then you could have something like what we do with a program I started, where we have recording studios, and you can only fit, they're making noise, they're banging on drums. You can only fit 8 or 10 youth at any given time in a concentrated space. So you're not impacting nearly as many youth, but in many cases, some of those youth are there every day, right? So there's like these deep hours-long engagement where they're learning to make beats and learning to make music, right? And so that would be, at the bottom of the funnel, a much more concentrated but narrower group of people. And so hopefully you see why I'm using that frame right now.
Yeah.
Like they're both valuable, but they're different things, right?
Rod, the next time I'm in Nashville, we need to talk, because what you just described sounds like my dream job, man. I'm gonna try to grift to get a new job with working with Rod's getting the youth in the studios, teaching them how to make beats. That sounds like something I'd love to be involved with. But I do what?
Said some pretty chill beats.
Yeah, I'll teach the youth how to make chill beats.
We just need to open a studio in Nashville, right?
There you go. Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I know some real estate that's real cheap now.
We generally
few
partner
years
with
ago-
boys and girls clubs, but not exclusively.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I actually have some pretty relevant experience, I'll say, in terms of scaling the estuary experience. And it's Passion 2012 or 2011. The Passion Conference in the early 2010s was the height of Big Eva culture. All of the worship songs, like, for instance, and this will mean nothing to some of you and everything to a lot of you, maybe not a lot, but some of you. Bless the Lord, oh my soul, oh my soul. That song came out live at Passion the year I was there. So you've got people like Chris Tomlin and like all of the best music, like Christian musicians, worship musicians, releasing their songs live at Passion. And what they had there was, so there, I don't know if it was like 5,000 to 10,000 basically, but you basically they broke us up into these giant rooms that probably held 300 folks, 300 young teenage to early 20s age folks. And then they split us up into groups of, I believe it was like 5 to 10 in those. And they were literally, you could do this with teenagers. We were literally just sitting on carpets laid out on a concrete floor. But it also required the leadership of people hurting and then having someone stand up at the front of the room and say, hey, did you just hear what was going on in that speech? I want everybody in the group to kind of give their thoughts on this aspect of what Pastor so-and-so just said. So there are ways of doing it, but it's to me, it's not a problem. It's not like a conceptual problem. It's just how to, it's kind of to PVK and Rod's point is like, we don't have like 50 to 100 volunteers that we could reliably be like, okay, you're going to have to get up in front of a room in front of 1,000 people and say, split up into groups of 10, introduce yourselves, tell us where you're from. Like, it requires kind of, I think it's the human capital that we're probably lacking more so than any type of, it's not like a big puzzle, it's, or a paradox. It's at most just a puzzle of, do we have enough people? Do we have the physical space to have people sit? And then can we just put it on the itinerary and expect people to go? These are the live questions. I don't think it's like the how question to me seems fairly and thoroughly solved. But the problem is that the Orthodox and the Catholics, they don't know anything about any of this. They've never been to a conference that big, you know. That might as well be Mecca. You know, they don't know what it's like. So
Before, I do love Duncan on Orthodox and Catholics, but I think just to okay, I'm not gonna go down that road, Mecmo, don't tempt me. But yeah, I think two things from what you said and what Rod said. Rod, I think everything you said, a lot of things were valuable. One thing that I got from there is there is the, and this is purely speculation on my part, the fact that PVK's online ministry, and for non-Christian, that just means his YouTube channel, and the work he does on there, is thoroughly tied to Peterson in a way that can't be denied. Is when he tells the story of his YouTube journey, it starts with I made a video on Jordan Peterson, and my subscriber counts grew. So he's very much invested in the Peterson arc and what that's pun not intended, but yeah, and what Peterson's up to. So his sense of disappointment at it's not fulfilling his dream, I guess, is understandable in that sense. But to the question that McMahon answered, and I think Rod, to your point as well, there is a sense in which it's a different thing that the estuary conferences is a different thing to what ARC is trying to do. And as far as estuary on that scale, there will need to be, from both of your answers, McMahon mentioned the music. So there's a culture around, and the culture is creating things that people are gravitating and spending money and buying and want to see, such that when McMahon started singing 10,000 Reasons by Matt Redman, I wish I was there when he played that live, because that went throughout the culture from that conference throughout many churches across the globe. So there's a sense in which is the culture big enough and wide enough and rich enough? And by rich, I mean, is the output, the creative output of the culture, captivating enough such that you're able to have 4,000 people have a center point to gather around? Also, there's the width in terms of growth of not scale not growth. I don't know which way around it is, but the idea is that you want more of smaller to medium events than more big events, and that would require what McMahon was saying is last before it went on to Duncan, the Catholics and the Orthodox people. That required the people that are currently, so the way estuary is currently growing is you've got people starting estuaries, and if the estuary gets big enough, or if there are enough estuaries in the town, they might want to have a conference where all of those people get to meet each other. And it's a slower growth than what Peterson's doing.
Isn't that the history of the early church, right? I mean, isn't that basically how the early church started, right?
Oh no. You're saying that quite a bit out loud, Rod. But yes,
is that a quiet
absolutely.
part?
Oh, I think that saying that will then bring up the question of, is estuary a church, and that goes into its own thing.
Yeah. So RJ essentially brings up that question very directly. Is estuary essentially Christian or non-denominational or non-religious even? And I think that the idea is that estuary is completely a-religious.
I think you should ask a person who does not identify as religious, who went to an intensive estuary, 3 days with like 12 folks and freezing our butts off in Connecticut.
Right.
Because I didn't, I basically was there for Paul. And, now I'd gotten to know a few of the folks that I didn't know all who were going to be there. But so I had some idea. But mostly I was there for Paul, and it's like 20 minutes down the road from where both of our parents grew up. And so I have a whole history there, as a kid visiting grandma and all that.
I almost went there because I live in Connecticut. I almost went up, but I had a trip planned that weekend.
That's right. Are you in New England?
Yeah, I'm in just outside of Hartford. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Not far from there. Yeah.
Anyway, there.
So I just went mostly for personal reasons, just to connect with Paul and support what he was doing. And I don't label myself. I don't show up debunking people. That's not my thing. But there was never a point where I felt every once in a while the conversation would get very sort of Christian, and I would just be quiet. But that was like less than 10% of the time, I would say. So no, it was personal. It was, we were talking about pretty much anything you can imagine. And so it did not feel religious to me at all. Now, it may partly have been because I was there, right? Like, I might have in some way affected the conversation, but it didn't feel that way to me.
Well, Neil seems like the type of guy who just says what he's thinking, regardless. So I'm sure he was unswayed by your presence, but some of those other folks were probably a little more polite than Neil, even though Neil is very polite. I do think that is kind of when we talk about estuary, there's a sense in which, from my perspective, it seems like a type of Toastmasters, except we're not even worried about public speaking at this point. We're trying to practice just getting what's on our mind out of our mind. Yeah, sense making, verbal communication, elevated conversation. There's plenty of words we could put around it, but at the core of it, I think that it is non-religious, and so there's two directions you can go with that, because you can look at something like the conference I talked about earlier and say that it could have only existed because of the Christian tied together. So there's no way we'll get groups of 4,000. But this is where the critique of a Catholic or a Greek Orthodox Christian comes in very handy, because they would critique that conference and say, it wasn't Christ that was getting those folks there. It was the celebrity. These were celebrity Christians, and everybody wanted to go hear the celebrity pastor talk and the celebrity band play. And so if the Protestants can do it with their own micro-celebrities, why can't we do the same Protestant move with our micro-celebrities? And I think that's it's maybe the answer to any questions about scale, but the questions about scale were never, to me, from my perspective, a question of how. Like I said earlier, it's more of a question of why would we want to scale, which is what I feel like the question PVK or the response PVK has been saying the whole time.
Micro celebrities are the only cool celebrities.
I'm trying to be a macro celebrity, Actually, I want to be a micro celebrity with a macro Ko-Fi following. That's my goal.
I'll be the first to call you a sellout right when you make it. I knew him before he was big.
The whole Buddhist thing, if you die, or Christian maybe, if you die before you die kind of a thing. I'm trying to sell out before I sell out, so that when I actually sell out, you guys will just be like, it's just an ironic joke like he was doing early on. That's my goal.
I'm supposed to be signing off, but you triggered me with that. Here's the thought. Here's the thought. What is it? Does it feel like we're a bit preoccupied with status and celebrity? It seems like this comes up more than it ought to.
Yes.
Whatever, right? It seems like it isn't as salient as it for the amount of oxygen it gets. Celebrity is this very ephemeral thing. There's just all kinds of wisdom and adages and axioms and aphorisms about whatever you do, don't pursue reputation, don't pursue.
Yeah.
So it seems obvious that it shouldn't be something that we actively seek, right? And in here, I think this is one of the reasons we all love PVK, is that, that's clearly not what he's up to. On the other hand, as I said earlier, he might fetishize the opposite a bit, don't prevent it. In other words, if people are responding to what you're doing and they want to support you, let them, right? But don't necessarily seek it, right? So I don't know. There is a weird kind of preoccupation around status that maybe that's an online thing. I don't know.
I think this is a big difference between Gen X and millennials and Gen Z, is that we are addicted to the profilicity. We know that all of our real life friends are going to see the things we post online, and that at least in terms of quantity, our interactions with our friends is going to happen online. So that would be my kind of response to it. I think you're dead on, Rod, but I think that C Money nails it when he says we live in a culture of pro-felicity. I would say like that's probably why we end up talking about it, because we're all kind of presenting these avatars, you can say, constantly, and the inherent goal of the avatar is to kind of get the likes, to get the subscribers, to get, and it's this thing that we see happen to folks, and it changes them, like Jordan Peterson, right?
I often joke that one of my greatest fears is to become more interesting to somebody than I want to be.
Well,
that's a good one.
Pro-felicity is, it's not, it's like essential now, because I was like recently looking for a therapist, right? And one in my network near me, it's like he has no YouTube channel. He has no Facebook. I'm like, I don't know if I could even talk to this person, you know? Like, I need to go stalk you for a while before I actually want to, like, you know, get to know you. I have to see what your online pro-felicity is first before I go give you money. You almost have to have, you have to have some type of online fingerprint to let people look at you a little bit before you try to sell anything these days.
That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Alan, what's the YouTube channel of your therapist?
Sorry, what's the YouTube channel? What?
Of your therapist, the one that you go to. Isn't he like a he's like an improv actor or something, your therapist? He
yeah.
It's like yes and
yes
therapy
and
or something.
therapy. Yeah. You just say yes to life, you know? It's what I realized, you know, as you just start putting out the clicks. I mean, okay, can someone, sorry, I think
Marquez,
it's
that locker room is loud, brother.
Oh, sorry about that.
But I also think that it's just an inherent feature of the territory is like, what is going to be more visible, the thing that's growing incredibly quickly or the thing that is tiny and bespoke and specific? It's like, duh. What are you more likely? Oh, here's a banjo player who lives in Appalachia and, you know, he plays at this local bar and he's the best. I love him. And it's so good to go to his, like, you know, shows. Who am I more likely to encounter? That guy. He's never recorded an album. He just plays at a local bar. Or am I more likely to encounter Taylor Swift? It's like, yeah, the power of pro-felicity is that it's pro-felicity. It spreads very quickly. So, you know, you can say, oh, I prefer going to see, you know, Daniel Banjo Fingers Jones at this bar. But like, guess what? We don't all live in rural West Virginia. We can't all see this guy. So, you know, it's like you have to make a concerted effort to go support your friends, go support your family. It's easy to jump on Spotify and say, play me the hits, play me what's popular, more people, you know. So it's always a fight, you know, you're always fighting it, and sometimes successfully, sometimes unsuccessfully. So, you know, it's like why I think people who show up to local estuaries, people who show up to in-person events, like they're following the spirit of the corner. And I think, you know, it's not my place to judge everyone, but in terms of what I'm following, like I look for the people who show up to real events and meet face to face. And I way more, you know, there's some people who are going to come on, they're going to say some pithy lines, they're going to come across as super smart and erudite and awesome, but they never show up to anything. They don't have any friends here. Their channels might blow up. They might have 30K subscribers, but that's not the spirit I'm trying to follow. So I know that's a long little rant, but it's just like, yeah, the people who showed up to in-person events, the people who are real friends, the people who have each other's phone numbers, those are the people who are like following the spirit that I'm trying to follow in the corner.
Yeah, very cool rant, Alan. Very cool rant. I did want to show. Remember, I said I've got books.
Oh,
I
right.
literally looked down, and here was Socrates, Buddha, Confucius, Jesus. So, and this is by Carl Jaspers, you know, of Carl Jaspers fame. But with that being said, I'm going to once again remove the screen, be removed from the screen, because we have a special guest for the very first time. Oh, Rod, you gonna leave?
I can't sign up for now. What am I missing? What am I missing?
It is Chad, the girl dad.
Oh yeah, I gotta stick around for that.
Chad, welcome, brother.
Congratulations, Chad.
Congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Hey.
Thank you.
Congrats.
Hey. I don't have a lot of time. I just thought I'd drop in and say hello. Carolyn is sleeping and is taking a nap, and I have a lot of growing up to do.
Ooh, Chad, the girl dad. And that was the name drop too. Are we making that public, or should I ignore it?
Oh no, you could say it.
Chad, stay on. We'll help you grow up here.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll help you. Join us.
Well, you've helped me a lot. You have.
Does this mean you're not going to be able to send me sweet guitar riffs anymore? Is that what growing up means? Please don't say that.
No, just not today. I had to cancel a not estuary show that I was going to host, and then I'm like, oh, I gotta cancel that. So
you don't. Is Carolyn ready for estuary yet, or what?
Probably. She's pretty quiet, but
good listener.
Yeah, she's a very good listener. Much better than her dad, for sure.
I don't know if
a
I've done
joyous
that.
occasion.
Congratulate you, Chad. I don't think I've actually congratulated you. So
thank you.
Congratulations, good sir. Lifetime achievement.
Yeah, I think we all deserve a cigar.
Please smoke
Do we
away.
have do we have a TLC baby count?
It's getting up there, man.
It is.
Well,
Did
you know
you-
the baby in the live chat. So Paul had his live stream yesterday morning, and the baby he was interacting with is like the premier TLC baby. That's like TLC relationship. They met on the Discord. A few years later, they've got multiple children. Like that's, to me that's crazy because it's the same PVK that was like, has the gumption to with a very full chest critique the Alliance for Responsible Citizenship, and then he's like live streaming to like 100 people and just getting distracted by like a little baby that like is here because of the community he's kind of created. So I'm sure it's a very odd position for Pastor Paul.
That's hilarious. I was thinking while waiting for the baby at the hospital and all the ARC stuff was coming up, there was like ARC stuff and corner stuff, and then there was like Kill Switch Engage put out a new record, and then Sleep Token started kind of dropping hints about a new project, and I was just like, I don't give a fuck about any of this shit. And that's awesome. Like ARC is talking about like be a responsible citizen, and I'm like, yeah, but like there's a baby like coming out of my wife right now, and that's responsible citizen to me. So I don't know. It was an interesting thing to not really give a shit about the stuff that I normally care about.
Yeah, you've had a radical reordering of loves.
Yeah, hopefully it stays that way. I mean, in the sense that I hope I still stay I hope I stay interested here, which I think I will be, but it's just a different thing,
Well, in a sense, Chad, that's a great measure of the value of whatever it is that's happening here. Is that you don't, if you find that you still long for the connections you've made here after your life, at least settles a bit and you get the new rhythm going, then you've got something valuable. If all this is just a transactional thing where you're a little lonely and you make some friends online until you can do it in real life, well, then maybe this is less valuable. This is more ephemeral, right? But if these are lasting relationships, if this is a fellowship that extends years and decades into the future, because of whatever it is that's valuable here, then well, in a sense, there's your answer.
Yeah. And I trust that probably the case, given that Joe still comes around and hangs out. I just got a message from him. Cassidy and Jerry Day still come around and play. All of the people, in some sense, come around and play still in some way. The only one who really doesn't is Joey, but Joey kind of just hangs out with Paul, as far as I know, like in person. So, yeah, it's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, there are lots of parents in the corner too.
Maybe this seems like perhaps a good time to say as well, connecting to what Alan said as well. Got a ticket. I don't know if you saw, Chad. I'm going to the event. Yeah.
Sweet.
All right, I really will sign off now. Wonderful connecting with you guys. Congrats, Chad, and we'll see you around the corner.
Rod. Yep, thank you, Rod.
Thanks for hanging, Rod. You're always
absolutely.
welcome. We appreciate you.
Yeah.
I bought my ticket today too.
Nice.
Sweet. I haven't even bought a ticket yet.
You're coming, right, Mel? Right, Mr. Mel?
It all depends on your hopes and your donations. This all rides on my Ko-fi link. If you want to see me at Midwestuary, all you got to do donate to my Ko-fi. Neil's probably going to try to grift for me too, but I told him, let me save you the trouble, buddy. I'll grift for my own damn self. So we're grifting hard, dude, and it's in the calendar. Trying to get my wife there too, so maybe some of you gremlins could see the most beautiful woman in the world for the first time in your life.
I've got to watch the content for a while longer to see if this is really something I want to donate to.
Yeah, whenever it's right. But yeah, Chad, dude. So any I was gonna ask you a really dumb question, but basically, like, what have you learned? Now getting to meet Carolyn for the first time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing that I noticed was so I love my dog Dolly very, very much. Dolly. Okay, so my first dog was Ferris, and he was beautiful, and I loved him very much, and he passed away, and we ended up getting Dolly very soon after, given to us by the same breeder, and I was thinking in the beginning that I was just like, I don't know if I could really love Dolly like I love Ferris, because Dolly's just or Ferris was so incredible, and then what I ended up coming to find was like I love Dolly so much it hurts. Like I do, and I remember Ferris, but I don't remember. My love for him has been shadowed by the love that I have for Dolly, right? And I know that sounds harsh. Probably there's probably some really well balanced people out there that can like really manage those things really well. But what I noticed in hanging out with Carolyn for the first 24 hours was I really do love Dolly, but it's completely different. It's completely different. I love Carolyn in a way that I've not experienced before. And yes, like I was saying, like there are things that are important to me that I think are really important, and things that I wouldn't have thought would kind of would take such a dramatic back seat and that's really interesting to me as well. And then on top of that, like there's a interesting confidence that comes along with becoming a dad. And I'm really new at it, so maybe some of the other dads out there will understand it, but there's like I don't know, there's a strange confidence that happens, and I really love being a dad. So that's kind of interesting too. So yeah. All that being said, I should probably skate up there just in case somebody wakes up and needs my assistance.
That's so cool, dude. Chad, the girl dad, thank you for joining us, dude. And Slack
judging
says,
by the picture, Chad, she's a real pretty, healthy looking kid. So congratulations, man.
Thank you. Let's not ever tell her this, but like right away when she came out, her head was like, because she's a big baby. Her head, I mean, she was like 9 pounds, 1 ounce, and she had a little bit of a cone head, and I was thinking, yeah, like everybody says that they think their babies are cute, but I'm like, I don't know, she's not really that cute. And then over the next 24 hours, like her head started to take shape, and she just got so beautiful. And so at first I was like, I don't know, maybe we just have like, kind of a, not to be rude, but just kind of a really average looking person as a baby and then she grew into like this really beautiful baby. So those are things that people won't tell you that they think about, but I think about those things. So
only on a McMo stream can you get the most incredibly honest takes from a new father and your astrological update and critique of Ark and the chillest of chill dope ass beats. Guys, what more can we say? Chad, thank you so much for joining, dude. If you would, Well, never mind. I've got something to talk with you offline. As soon as you have the time.
Yeah, you got my phone number, don't you?
I do, sir. I do.
All right.
So, yep. I'll talk to you later, brother.
Bless you all. Gripped harder, actually.
Wait
later.
a second. Did Chad? Did he say what I think he said?
I feel something approaching.
Did he?
LARP. We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Grift harder, grift harder. Grift harder, grift harder. Grift harder, grift harder.
LARP. We have the ability to LARP and LARP hard.
Grift harder, grift harder.
That was a McMo one, I think. I believe that was a McMo masterpiece. I think that was his stylistic impression, signature thereof. Okay.
Okay. Looks like it's just us chickens. How about that?
It appears so. It appears so. Perhaps a ramble.
Please, sir, at your leisure.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe it'd be better. Joe and I have been chatting, and I was not joking when I said I was meaning to reach out to you. I wanted to run. I suppose I don't know if now is the time.
Well, catch me up. What have you guys been talking about if it's for public consumption? If not, feel free to artfully evade.
I think it is too germinal still for this stage. However,
Okay, play your tricks, coy wizard.
I don't know, I'm just thinking. Yeah, I don't know. I really like all the talk about the in-person events and stuff. It's very cool. I'm excited about Grimgriz's camping events, and I'm trying to make some big changes in my life. Basically, trying and I think I'll leave it at that for now. And
Nice. Joe, you making any big changes in your life, brother? Or actually, before you say that, you've been listening this whole time. What are you thinking about, sir?
True.
Love to get your take
True indeed.
on what we've talked about so far, or just anything really.
What do you think about Peterson? Why the fuck is he an idiot?
Oh well, I mean,
No, anything else?
well, I guess on the ARC thing, I think it's good that it's happening. It's like probably necessary, and it's good to picket what's wrong with it, like, and then that way we don't lose sight of like it's not ever going to be perfect, and by looking at it you can learn things, of course, and I suppose my thing with it is, though, like, people get stuck in thinking that it's just going to be like the solution to something, and it'll probably just end up being another political thing. It'll just be a new political thing. Maybe it'll be a little different, but it'll probably be almost exactly the same, which leaves us like where we are now anyway. So we should probably like talk amongst ourselves more and work out what's going on and do things locally and still keep an eye on what we're doing. Like, I'd say we're doing the right things. And I agree with as far as like what we're doing here to some degree. It needs to be shifted more towards doing things in person, and maybe not necessarily just in like a conference setting. I really like the idea that Grim is doing with the campfires, which should be starting once it warms up. But not sure how far along the plans are for that yet. And but it's a good idea, and it should happen. And I'll be attending the Midwestuary as well. I already have my ticket, and there's not a whole lot of tickets, so if you're interested, you should probably buy
Yeah,
it.
man, you gotta get that. You gotta get that ticket.
Probably get it pretty soon, because when the bigger channels and other channels, it still really hasn't been announced anywhere.
Yep.
So
Get them while they're hot, folks. And the easiest way to get your Midwestuary ticket is before visiting the website that is for the Midwestuary. Go to my Ko-Fi link and donate.
A truly graceful gift.
My
And
dog is going crazy.
I think I heard that there's going to be another estuary conference event style thing after that in I think like
October
maybe?
in my backyard, folks. In my backyard in October.
So, things are heating up, I'd say.
I don't think we have. I think we do have dates, but I'm not in charge of it or anything. You know, I'm just the big name micro celebrity that's going to draw all the folks to come down to Western North Carolina. Hang out with me in peak leaf season. You want to see what my complexion does with the backdrop of perfectly golden, red, yellow leaves? You wouldn't believe the way my skin glows in the autumnal shallow sun. And then definitely we will go to a Waffle House. If there is a Waffle House like right by the exit near Lake Junaluska, I believe, right by where we'll be having the conference. But yeah, if y'all want to see me in my natural habitat, you think I can command a live stream. Wait till you see me walk my ass into a Waffle House. They're like, the king has arrived.
Dude, you gotta go take my aunt.
No, I usually just like sit in a corner where I can still participate on Discord and eat my hash browns and eggs and just listen to people talk about all sorts of things from all over the world.
Smothered and covered.
Smothered and covered, baby. Actually, I don't like them smothered and covered because that's what is that? That's like onions.
I don't even know.
And gravy, I think. I like them smothered. I don't like them covered. Covered is the one I think I have a problem with.
You ever had chicken and waffles?
Yes.
It's pretty dang good.
Very few American breakfasts that I have not partaken in.
I think this is probably the fourth time that Joe and I have talked about waffles somehow.
Y'all are making me hungry too.
The man loves waffles.
I love me a waffle.
You a big waffle guy, Jonathan? What's your brand? What's your brand?
I call myself a big waffle guy, but you know, I like me some waffles.
What are we talking? Are we talking Eggo? Are we talking Belgium? Have you had a Waffle House waffle? What are we talking here?
I think I've had a Waffle House waffle. You ever had those ones where they're like they put the sugar and they get crunchy and they're like smaller and they're fucking like $18 for like this tiny little thing? That's an exaggeration.
Yeah. I mean, I'm prone to a Belgian with some powdered sugar on top. I mean, good grief. My mouth is literally watering right now.
On some ski mountains, done some skiing in my day. They'll have these little waffle houses, waffle shacks, sugar waffles on the mountain.
Good grief. Joe, do you have a sweet tooth? I could see you being a voriferous. I don't even know if that's the right word. Voriciferous?
He's pretty
voracious. I could see you having a voracious sweet tooth.
Sometimes I've been known to occasionally eat a bag of like Reese eggs.
Ooh.
But in general, no. I don't eat like anything sweet really.
I'm glad Alan signed off because I know that this type of talk for me. I mean, he was a little bit of a shall we say a husky adolescent, as was I. And so man, you guys get me started talking about food. It might be stream over. You know, I might have to bounce this track and go get something real quick. You know. Lance is saying make breakfast great again. Lance, come on and talk politics. Let the three most psychedelic members of the corner, one with his colored lights, two mandalas, you know, like this is the McMandala stream here, folks. Welcome to the McMandala stream.
Yeah, maybe we should say some wise words in our expertise. We're all psychonauts.
No, I think probably the wisest thing we could do is just be honest about where we're at, and you know, if there are any people out there wondering, the kids are all right. Actually, this is something I would love to get you guys' perspective on. And speaking of breakfast too, so Breakfast Club, Gen X. I'm increasingly, I got a few bones to pick with Gen X. And Lance is one of the good ones. I will say that. Lance, our dear Lance Cleaver. I actually do love Lance. I think he's probably my top 5 favorite people in the corner, at least to listen to, but also to interact with. But it's just and also on Discord too. He's just a very generous person, and I like Lance.
I like some Lance. Yeah.
But Gen X, on the other hand, very un-Lance-like. There's a lot of buck passing.
Lance a little, if you will.
Yeah.
As opposed
Not
to
Lance a lot, Lance a little. That's right.
Forgive me.
All right, Lance is coming on. Lance, come talk. We'll talk politics.
Nice.
You guys I don't think of any of you, either of you two fine gentlemen, as particularly politically minded.
I tend to think that the solutions will not come politically. I tend to think a lot of it's pretty much like a facade / like a, you know, I do tend to be a little bit conspiratorially minded, so I think there's probably powers like pulling the strings, you know, like even we could talk about like, you know, these mega corporations, BlackRock and stuff, and like, but even, you know, even maybe even more secretive than that and stuff but I don't know, it's not to say that like Trump wasn't you know, like kind of a glitch in the system, as it were, but I know what comes to mind for me is that during the pandemic, you know, he kind of just like let the powers that be kind of run the show, and I don't know, it's like, yeah, I tend to think that political solutions are not going to be the answer. Like even Peterson, I would have more faith in like I don't know, I think honestly like Peterson doing, I don't know what to say, you know,
The thing is, all the real answers to all of this will be provided in the notes that inevitably show up on this video, most likely about climate change, even though that's very rarely what we talk about here. But yeah, if you want the latest on climate change or the latest science, please refer to the notes that YouTube has so kindly and graciously offered us beneath here. Joe, what are you got any political hot takes, brother?
Well, I was like, I basically didn't vote ever until I did for Biden. And I did that because I was so tired of hearing Trump's voice. And I like...
It's a great voice.
Yeah, but I like hated him, and I was like angry that he like and that people thought he would do something and that he was gonna, I don't know. And then so just hearing his voice on the news all the time, fucking, not that I watch the news, but just like walking through a room with a TV on just pissed me off to the point that I was like, all right, I will vote. And then I voted for Biden, and then I saw how that panned out, so I'll probably never vote again. Basically.
In my kind of ideal world, I imagine that I do kind of see a little bit of that whole, I don't know if it's Anglicanism, where like I don't think there should necessarily be such a hard distinction between like church and state. I know it gets pretty in the weeds pretty fast.
Whoa.
I just mean that like ultimately I think everything should kind of should acknowledge the reality of God or something like that. In a way, if that makes sense. It's hard to describe, but just such that like ideally the whole cosmos is kind of laid out as this orderly manifestation of the will of God or something like that. And like that would include more that would include like I don't know about the word institution, but like, you know, that would include more of these organized.
Well, very well said, but you know the rules on here, Jonathan. If somebody joins and they're rocking some sick ass shades, they're gonna get a little bit of time to just say what they need to say, get it off their chest. Lance, thank you for joining us, sir. What's on your mind, good sir?
I want to break down the line of thinking you were going down. You wanted to talk about Breakfast Club. You had some insights about Gen X. Let's do it.
Okay.
Should I get my sunglasses?
Yeah. As soon as you put on sunglasses, it's go time.
I'm listening. You lay that
Put
out.
on
I'm listening.
sunglasses, but don't zoom in.
Welcome. I've been expecting you. He's gone. I don't know.
Yeah, Lance left. Well,
did that kind of make sense? So it's like I don't see that as how it's. I don't see that as how it's set up now. You know, like I don't see how we would get from where we are now to like I don't know. You know, it's a big conversation whether government and religion should be at all mixed whatsoever. But like generally, I tend to think that when it comes to right now or current time period, that like I think looking for political solutions is like kind of the most uphill battle that there could be in a sense. It's like the amount of bureaucracy and bullshit that you'd have to get through with all these giant companies and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah. I think the weird thing is a lot of times with politics, it doesn't reward deep thought or wise action. Our systems, that's not what it's set up to reward. The system relies on people trusting and knowing the people they elect, or at least relying on an amount of social pressure that's able to keep these people in line. But yeah, so like you said, it's a vast and deep problem. I think that there's so many rabbit holes we could go down on. It's a corrupt system. It's been corrupt our whole lives. But so my Gen X thing is, Lance, and I'm still, apparently whatever Jonathan and Joe talked about without me is still germinal in the sense that it's like Chad's baby. It's not fully what it's going to be.
It has a cone head.
Yeah, this next thought has a little bit of a cone head, and most thinkers won't tell you about thoughts like that. But I'm realizing that I've got some pent up. At the very least, I've got some pent up resentment towards Gen X, and not only their absence from any type of serious conversation about what's going on as it pertains to generations, but that very same absence that has characterized their entire generation's lives. It's like as soon as Nirvana died, Gen X just checked out for real and for good. And so that is paired with the kind of there's a similar thing that the boomers do, where it's like whenever you critique them, they'd be like, "Well, my dad came back from war and he never played catch with me." And then a Gen Xer might say, "I was a latchkey kid. Both of my parents worked, and I had all this free time and made all these mistakes and was lonely, and I stayed until the streetlights." And they start telling themselves, and then they're like, "Oh wait, my life was freaking awesome. Gen X is the best generation there ever was." And if you want to see the most cringy thing possibly on the internet, it's watch people's short form content. I'll call it, to elevate the genre and the medium a little bit. Their short form content as they talk about, y'all don't want to mess with Gen X. We were the kids who were latchkey kids. We raised ourselves. And we might put up with a lot of bullshit, but when it gets down to it, you don't want to be alone with us in a room. And it's just like the weirdest, most like out of touch, like the height of decadence, I think, is what Gen X was. And they somehow still seem to play the victim in all of it. That's my spewing, not as an argument towards anything, just as like if you guys were my therapists. This is my beef with Gen X. What do we think?
Well, I think if you would look at like Breakfast Club, and that came out when I was in junior high. So right in my heyday, right as I was going into high school. And it talked about the different cliques. Like there's always, oh man, I don't want to, this is Christian YouTube. I have a certain language I want to use right now. McMo,
Lance, this is the McMo stream. You're at the McMo cookout. You can say whatever the fuck you want, brother.
Yeah,
if you want me to jump in for you,
So I would just say this, like we used to, there wasn't this PC culture that was going on there. And so if someone was being a pussy, we call them a pussy. So you're like actually referring to people that are bitching and complaining and moaning. Yeah, we had those in Gen X, right? And we properly mocked them and made fun of them for being that way. Yes, they're absolutely. So if you're going to say that there are whiny Gen Xers, of course, there's whiny in every generation, right? And so I'm not. I'm not gonna defend that. In fact, I'll make fun of the same Gen Xers that have that sort of attitude or whatever, like anybody else. I would say that. What is funny, so here's what we actually still lived in a time where things were still relatively cheap, right? Like as you could literally go out and work and I've worked a lot, but I grew up in kind of a rural area, but we worked a lot. But you could like literally you could save enough money and buy a decent enough car that gets you around. You know what I mean? Like we did have it pretty damn good. And we did have like, I just like the stuff that is going around now, like literally most of the stuff that like our parents did around us or would allow us to do, we get people sent to childhood services. Like everyone around us was just smoking heaters, drinking, smoking in the car as a kid. And you're like, Dad, crack the window, man. It's just ridiculous. We still had all the dangerous toys that all got outlawed and everything else. It was a pretty wild time, kind of a changeover to the 70s. And a lot of us came of age like in the 80s, which is, pretty interesting. And of course, there was the angstiness of the Seattle grunge and all that other sort of stuff. But I'm not going to disagree with you. We came out from a time where the old, kind of like the old way of doing things were, if you did go to college and you did get a degree, you did make more money. Like there was a time when that existed. And so, so I think when you wanted to point this out, I think we came out of a period of a pretty good time in America. People find good times and bad times and everything else. Clearly we had the Iraq War that really, in the early 90s, that wasn't really a war. That was a steamrolling. There were more Gen Xers, though, when Afghanistan and everything else came around that got into the real stuff, right? And because they were at that point of an age where they were in their, just 30s to mid 30s, maybe leading stuff or whatever. So there are some differences there. But You know, the stuff about like when they say the things like when they're listing off all the things that what our lives were like and what our parents were like and what we were able to do and stuff like that. Like I was 5 years old. My mom would let me go like 8 blocks away to a park. Like that was like, we were 5 because I remember I was in kindergarten. It was like, it was insane. Like the sort of stuff we used to be able to get away from. So I look back on it and I would just say that one of the things that I just speak for myself, but I can speak for a lot of my friends was, I did love America. And one of the things we used to say is if we're getting ready to do something stupid was it's America. We're free, baby. You know, like this stuff like that. And so, there definitely was this kind of sense, I would say, at least my fan group and everything else. So I'm not disagreeing with you that there are Gen Xers that would bitch and moan. Quite frankly, if you're a Gen Xer and you didn't face the same economic troubles that I think that the millennials might have faced it, or young people today, or so on and so forth in your younger times.
Them
So,
damn millennials.
but that stuff was true, man. Like that's what our young lives were. I've got the McMill reverb. Like it was.
Oh, sorry.
It was pretty. I mean, it was pretty cool and it was pretty freewheeling.
Yeah. So the thing that's interesting to me right now about that is like, I'm realizing there's a lot. I feel the harvests are ripe, or the fields are ripe for harvest in terms of jokes on Gen X, and what that means for me is that they're sliding under the radar in many ways.
Well, and you say we aren't doing anything. So the one thing I would say is, like, for example, Elon Musk is Gen X. You're saying like probably
I was about to bring that up.
Whether you like him or you don't like him, he's prolific in terms of his productivity and the things he's got involved in, but also in the way he posts on X with that sarcastic, you know what I mean, non-PC filter. That's very Gen X.
Yeah, they tried to outlaw comedy. So there's a real sense in which I think that. So I'm gonna have a hot take. I don't necessarily agree with this, but it's rhetorically so great I have to do it. Is Gen X the primary responsibility for both the woke left and the woke right? Are the Gen X primarily the institutionalists and the society controllers that have gone behind or under the radar? All of these boomers are in control, right? And then they've got press secretaries or they've got assistants who are really running the show. You remember that documentary Wild Wild Country of the Cult with the guy who said, democracy for the people, by the people? Yeah. There's a point in the documentary where it's clear that the second-hand female, or the second-in-command female, is who's running the show. That Osho, or whatever his name is, he's in, the second heaven or something. He's in Buddha heaven, whatever that means, or cult heaven. He's on another planet, and she's running things. I think that there is a similar thing going on, and I wouldn't go so far as to say it's exactly the same thing as the shadow matriarchy. But there is something going on with Gen X where they're in the shadows, to the extent where someone could even in the comments say, what is Gen X?
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, so why weren't there as many Gen Xers? Just because birth control came around, right? And then you also had the women's rights movement. So you had a lot more people going to work, started people having fewer kids, all that other sort of stuff and whatever. And so I think the truth is there's less of us, right? And then the other thing is like the Gen Xers, I mean, the boomers won't leave. I mean, these old people won't retire. They're clinging onto their power. Like they will not leave,
Isn't that a skill issue though? Every generation before them was able to, by the time the old folks got senile, somehow able to outmaneuver them. So am I to really believe that Gen X is so incompetent that they weren't able to outmaneuver these walking zombies hopped up on God knows what pharmaceuticals? I think it's much more likely that the latchkey kids like doing stuff outside of the parent's eye. They don't like accountability. They don't like authority. And they would much rather work behind the scenes to make their lives better.
Well, one of the things I would just say is, I mean, you could certainly, I wouldn't I mean, that could be part of it. You could look at that. I do think it's
I'm just
like
spitballing,
this.
you know.
It's
And
just,
you're a
yeah,
good one, Lance. Don't take it personally. You're one of the
like,
good ones, buddy.
like the boomerality, but like the, you know, whether you be, so the boomer right would be the people that you would espouse to the kind of goofy, corny Republican sort of stuff, right? Ever. And the boomer left is absolutely, I mean, they went from the protest, right, to the radical 60s, you know, free speech, anti government. Then they turn into the 80s yuppies, greed is good, right? So all these former 60s radicals become these greedy yuppies in the 80s. They have this activist bent or whatever it is. The prolificity is out of control with respect to them. And they've had control of the institutions of academia and so on and so forth. But growing up for me, politicians weren't cool. Like authority, like who wants who wants to be a politician? Like the politicians are nerds. Like who wanted to be I mean, I'm just going to say there was this sense about that. And so like politicians were not our, we didn't look up to the politicians. Because that wasn't what was cool. And then the other thing, if you think about where I came of age, because like Dr. Dre and I are the same age. And so like we came of age, like we were teenagers. I was the same age. So I was a teenager when NWA came out. Like I was the same age as those guys, right? And like our Christian moms didn't want us to have the CD, but we still had it. but so there was this sense, Rodney King, everything else. Like, so when the Rodney King thing happened, like, I'm just going to say people exactly my age or whatever, like, oh yeah, we heard about that in NWA, right? Like, well, yeah, that's totally legit. And, you know, I had to go to these, I started off in the early 90s. I had to go to these sensitivity trainings, which are basically like, yeah, quit sleeping with your secretary and grabbing her ass and calling her honey or whatever. And so like all of us, like guy young, we're like, yeah, of course, who would do that? You know what I mean? So I felt like we were close to having some sense of getting closer to an ideal of this, where these identity politics started ripping us apart. Like, so I felt like we were moving past that. So yeah, it's interesting. I think some of it is there are just a fewer of us. You could say that some of us checked out and just did our own thing and didn't plug into the right sorts of power structures in some ways, right? You know, but there are you know plenty of Gen Xers out there, but you know the ethos of, you know, at the end of Breakfast Club when he goes out with his fist in the air. I mean that feels very Gen X. And then Ferris Bueller, right? Like I mean that was also the part of our time, which is sarcastic, smart ass. That's I mean, that was a huge part of what, you know, my friend groups growing up all the way through and still are. And that's why I like you, McMo. Like McMo, you have a Gen X spirit about you. You're smart assery and you're willing to kind of touch on the third rails with your jokes. Like that feels very Gen X to me.
He might be still doing something, but I don't even like get the
That's
whole
bullshit,
generation
Lance.
thing.
I'm not Gen X. That's bullshit. Sorry, Joe. I got it. Sorry. That's bullshit, dude. I'm not Gen X. Yeah, like I think you know, I'm taking everything you're selling. It's there still seems to be that, like, with Ferris Bueller, it's like he's skipping school.
Yeah. Yeah.
He's abdicating his responsibility. He's not being a responsible citizen.
Right. Talked his friend into stealing his dad's car and going out joyriding around Chicago.
Yeah, and it just tickles you Gen Xers pink to like break the rules like that. I don't have that, you know. Yeah, no, that's there's a bit of an edgelordness, you know. But really what I think is I'm more so like prophesying. I think that this meme, I'm a little early on this meme. You know, if I could invest or if I could make a bet, which this would be very dangerous for me, but if I could make a bet that like Google that there will come a comeuppance for Generation X within our lifetimes, you know, Lord willing, we live to see tomorrow. Like that, I see that wave coming because I just have realized. I think I realized that there's a dearth of that kind of commentary, really, at all these days.
Yeah, and one of the things I'd say, so the biggest critique I had of my generation, I was a volunteer youth coach in sports. Okay. So the parents that were the parents of the kids of the same age were Gen X, right? And I had two groups of parents, and it was about 50-50 split, to be honest with you. There was the group of parents who didn't care. Yeah, discipline my kid, get on my kid, hold them, this sort of stuff. And then you had the participation trophy, like whiny parent, who their kids sucked and like wasn't even paying attention or trying hard or whatever, and they would come and bitch at you about stuff or whatever. And they kind of almost had this what I would call kid worship thing going on, like my kid can do no wrong or whatever, and didn't want their kids corrected or anything. And so they were my biggest, they were the bane of my existence. And you can probably understand how I handle that when I'm spending 20 extra hours a week for free coaching your kids while you just don't anything but drop there. You can probably guess how I responded to those parents. What do you think I told them, McMo, when they came bitching about that kind of stuff?
I got distracted by Luke's comment, and I realized I already made him a mod, so I can't put him in timeout. But Luke, you need to know better than to compliment me. It's liable to derail the stream if I'm too much of a member of the fraternal regiment embodying narcissism to really be safe from that type of mind control. So it's not welcome here, Luke, and that's strike one, brother.
I can't help but put on my glasses. This is like a photo opportunity or something.
There we go. Hey, McMo, were your parents Gen X?
No, so my parents are somewhat like me in terms of their generational location, kind of cuspy, you could say. So my dad and mom are basically the same age as PVK, so like very young boomers.
So yeah, but almost reaching into Gen X.
Yeah. And then I'm young millennial. My sister,
you've got Gen X tendencies. Like you have tinges of Gen X that you still touch on, McMo. I'm just
the fact that you're coming across as a boomer right now is kind of to my point. Like I wish I could just be like, you're coming off as such a Gen Xer right now, Lance, with your assessment of me. Like
you don't think you have tinges of Gen X?
I try to take the good and leave the bad.
Yeah, I mean we try to all do that. I mean that's kind of a stupid comment.
Well,
so
really, it was more of just like I guess one of the why I'm rebelling against it is because when I first saw Sartori's video on Boomerality, I actually think that some of the problems he blamed on boomers were actually the problems of Gen X. Like for instance,
yeah, so perfect. Yeah,
like at the very least the like non-judgmental thing, right? The edgelordism, I think, is an interesting cultural response to the greed is good techno-futurism of the 80s, fueled by cocaine. I'm sure that was a great time to be alive if you were a drug user or something. But like,
clean drugs that didn't kill you. Now you can't buy them.
Yeah. Back in my day, you could you couldn't OD on yeah. See, so that's the thing is like I'm kind of like I'm from a more rugged breed, There's the possibility of fentanyl in our drugs now, Lance. We didn't have that carefree time. No, like obviously we're talking about like these huge movements. One piece of content that I will recommend are documentaries by the YouTuber. Yeah, you heard that right. Documentaries by a YouTuber, Adam Curtis. These are some of the best historical documentaries I've ever seen in my life. They're beautifully done, and they're free on YouTube. Adam Curtis. Look that up, folks.
I think I'll do that.
But everyone.
Here's the thing, Lance. Like
every generation has to answer. Like every generation is going to have its strengths and its foibles, right? And is going to have to answer to that. And so what you were speaking to is that permissiveness in parenting. And by the way, there was
I think the main thing I'm pointing to, Lance, is the lack of the light being shown on them. And so I'm not trying to necessarily get into the weeds about my specific critiques, just because most of them are just in the form of jokes and making fun of. But
which is I think some of the best critique there is.
But my point is that they haven't been getting attention, and I don't want the first time the light to be shown on Gen X for all of my Gen X friends to be caught unawares. And Luke, I think, nails also why I feel uncomfortable with you calling me a Gen X adjacent, because he's an elder millennial, and the things that make elder millennials more like Gen X honestly make me cringe. I'm like, I'm a young millennial. I'm more like an elder Zoomer. This is why I get along with people like Jonathan and Noah. Like I got a foot in both generations, you could say, which is my particular point of being special and unique. We're all God's creatures,
right?
Special and unique.
One of the things I would say is because the boomers did hang on long. This happened in corporate America and politics or whatever. They waited. A lot of them were waited to retire, particularly if they had particular stuff. Gen X is coming into leadership positions right now. So literally it was a bit more delayed, right? And so they're coming into more leadership positions. And so we'll see what we're going to do with our leadership over the next 10 to 15 years, right?
Neil's obsessed with this idea of running interference. Jonathan, do you have any generational opinions?
Of course, it makes me think of astrology. That's one thing, like that generations can be kind of defined so somewhat by the slower planets taking longer in the signs. But also, I don't know. I think I don't mean to I definitely hear your point, McMo. That could maybe be a thing, but I also just in terms of I don't know. Maybe it's better to focus on the we might, I don't know, casting blame. It's not always I don't know, to turn the eye to the Zoomers or something, and how we might enable. I don't know. I guess that's part of it. To talk about these are the upsides and the downsides of generations past, and how so that we can learn from our elders and stuff. But I don't know. I feel like sometimes the generational talk can be a bit unproductive, and I also think keeping the attention on the youngins and how can we, because the kids these days all want to be influencers, and they can't buy houses or anything, and I don't know,
Yeah.
but
Yeah,
but it's really not to take away from what you guys are talking about. It's just that's
I think it's a good word, and I think Jason is kind of echoing it too, saying generational beefs in cringe territory. The sin of simplification, I would say, the sin of oversimplification. But to me, that also just kind of makes my point, right? If we don't have a complex explanation or model in which to understand the passing of generation in our history and what happened and what were some of the socioeconomic dynamical forces going into that, then all we'll be left with is simplification.
Mhm.
And so,
yeah, I definitely think something could be leveled. It's older people, why aren't you teaching us the things, passing on the wisdom, but it really is a simplification. But yeah,
I want Luke to come on and talk to us about The Man Who Is Thursday. Luke is in a Chesterton hole,
Well,
a GK hole.
so one of the things I would just say is so no generation is monolithic, right? It is when you try to understand the milieu that people are raised in, and that would be the music and the culture and the whatever. I mean the whatever we're swimming in affects us all, right? And we all have a different response to that, right? And so I think not trying to stereotype everyone, because so for example, when was this movie that there was this 90s this kind of body comedy movie called PC University. I think it came up in let me see, when did it come out? Yeah, 1994. Okay, so early 94. That's right, I graduated in 92. So PC University was the sense of just people just trying to be regular, college idiot people. And then you had the PC people over here who are telling you can't say this or that or whatever. So when you talk about, like you said, Gen X, I don't know, woke right, woke left, whatever those terms are. But that split was the fact they made a movie about it, a comedy movie about it, right? So that thing was starting to happen.
Yeah.
Joe, is that you? Can we get a visual check for you, brother? Okay, you're back.
Have you ever seen PC University, McMo?
Oh, hell no, dude. That is definitely not.
I think
You would find it. It was an R-rated comedy. I mean, you just check it out as a historical arc. Why wouldn't you watch that?
The best of the best R-rated comedies from the 90s are honestly a little raunchy for my
That's
preference.
True. That's true.
Like even Caddyshack, I kind of end up rolling my eyes. Like, you know, I think but that just brings in like I have a pretty I can be very picky about watching movies. You know, I'm not the type of person to just be like, I'll throw on this old 80s movie with no research.
The Big Lebowski is maybe the greatest comedy ever, and it came out in the 90s.
Well, the Big Lebowski, yes, of course.
Yeah, I think it was when you stepped away briefly, McMo, that Lance was answering your question about like when the identity politics stuff started to show up. I'm not sure if you had asked that question or like I think there was something he said there which was relevant to the thread about how like right, Lance, that you started to see some of the kind of wokeism more type of stuff like a little bit.
Yeah, it was interesting. Like the PC stuff started to come in. It wasn't really aligned around the identity politics that much at that time. It more would have been against.
It seemed like a globalist thing to me, right? It's like an urban monoculture globalist, New England Protestant type of thing.
There started to be some purity culture around like being like using words like retard and the F word, but not the FUCK word, but that's where that stuff started to come out. There became this word policing that started there. The identity politics stuff that was when I was in college in the 90s. Like I'm mid Gen X, whatever. Because like Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit came out my senior year of college. To give you an idea of the milieu that was there, it's a pretty cool time. Bloodsugar Sex Magic, the Metallica Black album came out. There's a lot of stuff that came out my senior year. Just saying, pretty cool stuff.
There's more that came out in my senior year.
Probably
exponentially more music came out in my
more.
senior year.
Great stuff.
Pwned, Lance. Get wrecked.
Did Graduation come out or
terabytes, Lance? There were terabytes out there. Terabytes. You have no clue.
Yeah,
the history of music that existed when I was 18 was like double, quadruple the size of the history of music that existed when you were 18. Isn't that just crazy to think about?
Yeah, so I would just say, like, so for example, that Rodney King beating happened while I was in college, and there was a universality.
Where were you in college?
I was in Minnesota.
Minnesota, okay.
Which is a pretty
it's diverse, right?
Left wing, it's a pretty left wing state. And so, but I would just say there was like a lot of solidarity around like that was bullshit what happened. Like there was no white cops or whatever. No, it was like, man, those cops need to go to jail, right? Like, I mean, it was universally kind of an accepted thing. So there wasn't. And then things, again, I think things got introduced that were a little bit different. But what I experienced was a lot more of, you could start to see there started to be a little bit, and again, it was more formally called PC. And then PC was a very moderate, minor version of what we ended up getting to then that turned into this full cancel culture bullshit that we saw in the 2010s. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, McMo. I will repent on this Christian YouTube channel of Christian absurdism for the foul language.
Unacceptable. Unacceptable. There's a few things, we tolerate a lot here on the McMo streams, but the extent to which we have had foul language on today's show is just unacceptable, Lance. It's
Toxic.
not.
It's toxic behavior, Mo, and I
It's
apologize
toxic
for it.
behavior.
So I'm sorry to my Christian brothers and sisters out there tuning in to Christian YouTube. I do apologize. I do kind of think if you come on a McMo stream, you should be a little bit forewarned. I mean, I'm just
cursing on the McMo stream is equivalent to like elite social signaling, you know. But at the same time, if we really, reading books is for squares. On the McMo stream, we judge by how well you can read the room, and just Lance. The only thing I can really say to your foul language is the fault.
No. Well, we don't do that.
So that's enough of that, sir.
And it is. And so, but what that probably is so when I talk about that PC or whatever, the way I just kind of talk like stuff like that to me would be Gen Xian.
Yeah. Well, to me, like the whole PC censorship thing, and me and my wife have actually talked a lot about this stuff. So much of it has to do with social awareness, right? The sin is not that you said the word. The sin is that you weren't socially smart enough to know when and where to say the word and get away with it. That you lack a certain type of trustworthiness in navigating social settings. And so I'm not going to, for instance, introduce you to this rich friend I have who
which is the arrogance of understanding. So for example, we would never call someone with Down syndromes or someone who actually has a disability, we wouldn't have called them a retard. But when you called your friend a retard, he was acting in a way that fit the word, and so we called him a retard. And so socially, we read the room and we knew exactly what we were doing.
There's going to be, if this ever gets popular, Lance, somebody is going to cut that and they're going to put it next to some farmer in South rural America defending his use of the N-word. Like,
but you see what I'm saying? Like you just said, read the room. Like we knew when the right time was to use those words and to not use those words. And then we also knew what the context of those words were for the people that were acting, in that way. So again, you can't divorce language from the context of the people that are using them in the time. And we also knew, like, here was the deal. I was smart enough when I listened to NWA in the late 80s, I never said the N-word, right? Like
I'll believe it when I see it.
No, just intuitively, you just knew, like, there was just something you just knew, like, yeah, not that. That's not something I should be doing.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the premier theologian of the corner, Jason Almondtree himself, gives you his full support.
Yes, Stephen, we used to be able to say gay. It's like, yes.
You guys this just sounds like Elon. They made comedy illegal. We should make comedy legal again.
So yeah, but in the context, it wasn't in most instances when you did that, and I understand why. The other thing, okay, so now you have to read the room. So part of reading the room was at a time that was okay, and it didn't have the offense that it has now. To a certain sense, because I don't want to offend a brother, there are certain things that, and as things change and so on and so forth, you need to be careful. Now, I would say you also understand, like I always told my sons, but I tell everyone, know your audience, right? Like people who work for me, I'd say, hey, if we're in the boardroom, there's a certain level of expectation of shutting up, communication, formality, whatever. If you're out with the West Coast sales team after their sales event, and you're acting like you're in the boardroom, you're going to look like a moron and an idiot. Like,
I have experience with this, and the East Coast sales team is much crazier than the West Coast sales team.
Well, either way, but the point is, the conversations you can have with your buddies in the locker room are different than you're going to have with your grandma and your mom at Sunday dinner.
This very problem was a big part of my coming of age. The navigating the social spheres of the family, the church, the school, the public, and the difference between the parents and the grandparents and the mom side of the family versus the dad side of the family. Like that, I remember being very aware of the differences there and what kinds of things you were able to get away with in the different, not even able to get away with, but the type of things that would be scandalous, you know. For my early, as a goody two shoes upbringing, I was just hyper aware of the things that I should avoid doing, you know. And it was interesting to me as a kid. It was hard to figure out why it was different everywhere I went, but I could feel that social pressure. So I think that, like, you nailed it though. It's the difference between the locker room versus, yeah, like the family, the church, all of that stuff, and the fact that we have a new space such as this, where I'm like, okay, it's just, you know, should I think of this as just Jonathan, Joe, and Lance and McMo hanging out? No, is probably the answer. Like, I'm going to be a little bit more profilistic. Luke making fun of me for making up words. I'm going to be a little bit more prophylactic. Prophylactic? What is it?
That's what I was thinking, prophylactic. That's why I said, every time I hear prophilicity, I think of Trojans. I put that in the comments.
I didn't put that together
I have
before.
this,
That makes sense. That's funny.
Yeah, I have this stupid thing, like, again, that thing comes to mind or whatever. Well, and so even in the corner, right? So I respect the vibes of certain channels. So I think there are certain
That's the least you could do.
Well, Nate on Grill Country, he allows a lot of different. He really doesn't. He's okay with a lot of different voices, even though he and I disagree in some pretty key areas. We agree on a lot of other things. But I also understand that's his channel, and he's creating a vibe and a thing. And so there's certain conversations I would not have on Nate's channel. When Luke's doing things, Luke doesn't want to. He touches on it, but he doesn't want to really get into the same conversation, like what might be politics or what's going on right now. But Jacob does. So I can go on Jacob's channel where that's okay, and he invites it. And in fact, that's what he wants to engage in. Luke wants to engage in something else. And this freaking channel is absurd. And so because it's absurd, I can come on here and be absurd, and it's okay.
That's exactly right. Now, it is interesting that a Gen X conception of absurd is saying R slurs and F slurs and, bemoaning PC culture. That's something to take note of out there, Clara. If you ever seeing this, I'm merely the messenger, Clara. We
should watch PC University live on a McMo stream sometime. We can stop.
Rated R, dude. Get lost. Kick rocks, dude. I'm not rated R. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I think you know what? I'll pre-watch it again and make sure how bad it is. I can't even remember.
I mean, I'm down for a movie night on the Discord. We're not going to host it on the McMo stream,
Well, maybe I can find a version that was on TV with if there are bad words taken out.
So I grew up with VHS, right? And my parents had Forrest Gump, but my dad would record over the VHS on the parts that were not child appropriate. And so when I remember, I have this memory of just watching Forrest Gump, and then suddenly it would just like switch to Oprah, like basically like just regular TV, like daytime TV, just like here we have somebody who's befriended a kitten.
So Unipolar said Lance would rather his daughter become a must baby mama rather than marry Tayo. What an asshole, Unipolar. That's absolutely not true.
Unipolar's got an addiction. He's got a problem. He's got hangups, but he changes his name every so often. I love.
Is that Anger Danger?
That's Anger Danger. Dalcroze Eurythmic. Prester John.
Oh, that's Prester John too.
Yeah, it's the same guy. Just watch the chat. His calling card is that he deletes all of his comments. I respect his game, dude. He or she. I respect their troll game like immensely.
Right.
But
I'm laughing.
Yeah, their big thing is, and this is, I think, I don't know if this is the right time to talk about it. I actually sent a message to somebody who's a big name in the corner. I'm not going to reveal them at this time because I don't know if they want me just like talking about this shit. But like, I proposed an idea to them that I don't know if the corner is ready to have corner style talk about race. I think that some of the members' views on a thing that we very rarely talk about would shock and horrify others.
It also might get like flagged.
It definitely would get flagged. But
Yeah,
I
you
don't
know
think
what?
we don't approach that topic. Like that's like an off limits topic. But I
That's a
do want to
Discord.
with that
No,
off limits
that
topic.
would be a good Discord. That would be a good Discord conversation someday.
It would be a good Discord conversation. So, Unipolar, join us on Discord, dude. Come on, please, please be our friend. At least if you're going to critique us, at least do the service of being our friend. You're just going to continue to be like this weird, like vigilante for the sake of positions we can't even connect your positions to a face. How can we take you seriously, Unipolar? We've got to see you. Young God came on. What's your excuse? Come on. At least let us hear your voice. You know?
Would laugh. Did your dad do this? So my kids always made fun of us because we try and find a movie, and even if it was PG-13, my kids would go, "No, you'll end up." Because what happened is if we'd start watching a movie and it was just not appropriate, we'd just stop it. And so my youngest son, every time I do this, like, "No, we can't watch that one. You'll turn it off, Dad." So, I understand the appropriateness, and I would say even myself, my wife and I there are certain, like we actually quit watching Yellowstone because it was just foul. In terms of a Christian, like whatever, we're like, wait a minute, this is just not very edifying. We're out. Phlebas is now. See, Phlebas has the ultimate flex. Canada won in the Four
No
Nations.
race relation issues in Canada. If I know anything.
Did you let the boys stay up to watch Phlebas, the domination?
Wait, did
of the
they
United
beat us?
States?
No.
Did they beat us?
Yeah.
Yeah, we won. It was
Dang
glorious.
And that was after Matthew Mahonagay gave our team encouragement. I can't believe that.
In overtime.
All right, give us the play-by-play, Phlebas. We had the astrology update earlier. Give us this is sports. This is a sports segment with McMo. We're talking hockey. Phlebas, from your opinion, how many fights were there during the 3 periods or whatever?
To be honest, I don't watch a lot of hockey, so I was half watching the game. It's the first game I've watched this year. I don't think there was any fights, though. It's all about Connor McDavid. We had the best player in the world. He's got incredible hands. He can put the puck anywhere. You guys didn't stand a chance, so.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry
No,
about that.
your star scored the goal in overtime, and our star didn't. He had 3 good shots and didn't get him taken care of early in that overtime. But
yeah, it was quite
fun, though,
exciting.
dude. Yeah.
I'm on limited time here, McMo. I just got my commute home. Can I bring up my topic?
Yes, please.
Okay, I think it slipped through the cracks with all the wonderful politics, but Nate Heil had a good conversation with, I think it's Paul Axton. And he's got this little school called Forging Plowshares, which is a bunch of peace hippie people. No, I'm selling it short. I think Jordan Daniel Wood teaches there. There is... So there's actually some secret podcasts with Nate Heil and Jordan Daniel Wood. Anyways, really good conversation. Paul Axton came across my radar because he wrote a really nice article critiquing David Bentley Hart's thing. But the reason I'm on was because the main thing there about, or one of the things, was pacifism and how just obviously early Christianity was pacifist, and we've lost that because we're not Christians anymore. And this is intriguing to me, partly because of the hockey thing. I'll tie it in. I really don't actually enjoy hockey fights. I enjoy them a little bit. It's worse in the UFC. So there's an element of the UFC where it's nice to watch, and it's exciting, and there's like a competition. And then it gets to that point where one guy's down, and in order to win, you have to somehow end the fight, and you just end up like kneeing him in the head repeatedly, hoping he passes out. And I get physically sick when the fight gets to that point. And then the other night, we had an incident in the house where my youngest is a girl, and she can be very annoying to her older brothers. And she jumped on top of my oldest, and he kind of aggressively pushed her off. and she landed on the coffee table on her neck. She was totally fine, but nothing nothing riles me up more righteous anger than when kids get seriously hurt. And the last thing I'll say is my wife is a Mennonite or was raised Anabaptist, and before she married me, she said I couldn't join the Army because at one point in my life I was going to do that.
Not to brag.
So anyways, yeah, but they weren't hiring. It's not like America. I actually talked to them. They're like, yeah, come back in like 8 months. We're just not hiring. And we were actually deployed in Afghanistan at the time. They're like, are you a doctor? We need doctors, but if you're not a doctor, we're not hiring. So
the U.S.
that's how
has
it
it.
works.
Don't worry. Yeah, they got it.
That's how it works up here. So anyways, I recommend that conversation Nate Howell had in that article. Really enjoyed that, and it would be cool if we could have the pacifism conversation as well. Sort of, it tails off the Paul Kingsnorth thing and how Christianity is quite radical. It ties into a lot of stuff. So I would just recommend people go check out Grail Country, and that's the end of my rant.
That's a great pitch. I myself had seen that video popped up and declined to click on it because I thought, I'll save that for when I have time to think about it.
I watched that. I listened to that one yesterday.
Well, what were your thoughts, Jonathan?
I'm trying to remember. I remember definitely.
Do you remember?
He spent 20 years in Japan.
Yep.
He tied in the meaning crisis to Japanese people in a really interesting way. He was talking about Japanese racism, so if you want to open up the racism thing, that was cool.
That's the least taboo way to start.
Yeah. Let's start with how much the Japanese hate us all.
within their culture too, there are taboos.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't quite remember what struck out to me. The pacifism conversation is definitely interesting, though. You're right to say that it kind of tags onto the Paul Kingsnorth thing. Sorry, I'm a little distracted here. Formscapes just went live with my recent conversation with him.
Uh-oh. Do we need to peep in on that?
We need to be in the chat a little bit there. But
I'll say I'll help you out here, Jonathan. I also, when you read the Bible, it's hard to come away thinking that they're not pacifists in the New Testament. And that does convict me a little. But like that little story I was telling about my kids, nothing feels more correct than, to me, and maybe that's one of my shortcomings, than a righteous anger around something like people hurting weaker people. So it's come up before, and that's another topic that maybe we should dive into.
And maybe it's out of our hands. Like my dog got in a fight yesterday with one of his favorite playmates, and it was kind of out of character. And I'd be darned if I didn't hear Jonathan say earlier that Mars was doing something a little crazy. Got a little violent. The violence is in the air. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord.
Mars Station Direct tomorrow. Certainly.
It's all connected, folks. It's all connected.
Yeah, the Kingsnorth conversation is really, it's a little bit of a tricky one, I think, like for me personally, just like, because on one hand, I totally agree with him that it's this radical kind of monkish type of thing, but at the same time, I almost think it's in a way even more radical, such that everything participates. I don't know, like such that even the institutions, even things like suffering and death, all have a place in the kingdom or something like that. But I don't know exactly how it works, and I really think it's difficult to talk about. And I tend to think that nonviolence is good as well, but I almost wonder if there's like a place for like a way that I phrased it to Stephen when we talked about this a little bit, and I've talked with Sherry about this, is like it's almost like the only person who could ever wield a sword is like a true saint or something. It's like the piercing gaze of Christ could be conceived as violent in a way. It's another thing, and it's like, I don't know. It's like, what is violence? What is pacifism? Is pacifism like the modern behavioral therapy where they just agree with you, say it's okay, and like, sometimes we need a little to push into the, sometimes you got to hear the hard truth, and people be like, oh, that's violence with your words. So, but I don't know. I definitely feel what you're saying, Fleas, about how like that there's that kind of impulse which seems essential in some way, whatever that might mean, like, or however it might manifest. I don't know. I don't know.
Anyways, I'm home. Thanks, everyone. And 6 days you shall labor, or you lose your salvation. So I'm off now.
Good
Thanks, Phlebas. Don't lose your salvation on our accord. It wasn't us. It wasn't me. I do think. Oh shoot! Did I completely lose my thought? It was something with what you were saying, Jonathan. But now I fear the thought may have completely slipped my mind. Well.
About how words could be violence, non-violence.
Yes, that was it. There's two other words that came to mind immediately. I don't know if they're better, but it's something like you just need to avoid cowardice and avoid like over-aggression. There's a time to be aggressive, and then there's a time to run away.
Yeah, it's like,
but you don't ever want to be a coward, and you don't ever want to be a tyrant or abuser, an assaulter. Like a villain.
Right. Yeah, Kenny Rogers had a great song about that.
I think, like the Timely with Mars Station Director reminds me of
Chicken too.
It reminds me of another way you can think about Mars is like the action impulse, the doing, the inspiration to like or the movement impulse, like the doing something with your body, and like it's always contextual. It's like there's a place where taking action would definitely be like bad, and then there's a place where it's good. It's kind of, I don't know, but I always get with questions like this is always like, what do we mean by violence? What do we mean by pacifism? I'm one of those guys that's like wielding the lightsaber all the time. What the heck do you mean by that? Like, because at the end of the day, we don't know. We don't know. It's all
that. I mean, I don't know if CC Mool is still in the chat, but that sounds like that's a very CC Mool type of question, right? Like, what is violence?
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe that's why all the PC culture started to show up, and like that's another thing I was thinking when we were talking about the generational stuff. I was like, who is ultimately responsible for all this? God, because it's like God is ultimately ordaining all this stuff to happen. So it's like maybe it's all just part of a plan that we don't see yet, which will be that we have a deeper understanding of violence and how to like use language in a way that we're aware of. Like maybe we were so into the definitional stuff that all of a sudden people were like, wait, these are kind of hurting my feelings. It's not just words, like there's how you're saying the words. And then people are like, you can't say words like that. And then we'll figure it out. I don't know. Yeah.
So a couple of
Joe, you're nodding your head. Let's
go,
expand
Joe.
on that. You were feeling that. Come on, Joe.
I don't know. I thought it was hilarious mostly, and I don't know if I can really add much to that. I think I agree, but it was kind of just funny to me in the moment.
There you go. Well, Joe, you're kind of like the silent assassin. You sit here, you're a good listener. You kind of let people do their thing, and then all of a sudden, when you want to come in, and then you just come in just swinging swords and just slaying.
Right, careful now, Lance. You don't have to give away all the secrets. This isn't the behind-the-scenes look at what makes the McMo streams great. You don't need to just shine the light backstage. We do have some breaking news for the McMo stream. The time is 4:51 p.m.
Oh.
And the news is that Phlebas basically is Letterkenny. He's basically a character on Letterkenny. It is confirmed. He's written into the show. Phlebas, we always knew Phlebas was meant for greatness. And it turns out he had already achieved it before we had ever known. Also, Cece is still in the chat. Jason asks a good question, I think. Is birth violent?
I think that's a great question. I hate to do a plug, and of course, I'm not trying to pull anyone away from the stream. Or yeah, I'm just gonna
plug it up, bro. Plug it up.
No, I did talk about that a little bit with form shapes. Is kind of this. There is a little bit of this type of questioning the development of the ego and stuff, and the birth process, etc. And also, so after you're done watching this epic McMo stream, after it's closed out, you listen to the whole song, donated to the Ko-Fi link, then perhaps pop over there. I think I do. I told him I'd be in the live chat, so I think I'm gonna pop off here. But it's been very nice.
Well, thanks for joining us, Jonathan.
Thanks
You
for-
are a friend of mine, and you're a real OG, and I appreciate you. Any news of when your YouTube channel might be back up?
Hopefully
Right.
soon. I still have good reason to think that it'll be back soon, but I do not know exactly. So hopefully within the next few days.
All right, sounds good.
Cool.
I'll let you remove yourself, good
Roll.
sir. In the meantime, we've got a newcomer to the McMo streams.
What's up?
Shankenstein, aka Matt. Do you go by? Would you
going?
prefer Matt or would you prefer Skankenstein?
Whatever's easier for you.
I'm pretty good at pronouncing things. It's kind of a toss up.
I mean, you've already thrown an extra H in there, so I don't know about that.
It's jazz, baby.
There you go. Yeah, no, jumping into jump on the peace and extreme a little bit here. While you guys are still on that note, because I've got a lot of at least intellectual background with that.
In what now? Sorry, you cut out for me.
Yeah, sorry, I'm in my car and it's raining, so I'm not sure how my audio quality is going to go. Is it working all right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, jumping on the peacenik train a little bit here because I spent a lot of time. I discovered the pacifists in grad school, and they ruined me for a long time. And I think part of the problem is that the discussion gets really, really abstract really, really quickly. We go from talking about like not killing to all of the different ways in which violence is a problem. And I think really like the big thing is like it's a very core, but we've got the 10 Commandments that you shouldn't kill. So like if we start with don't kill people and then figure out how far out it extends from there, that's a better baseline than trying to come up with a full accounting of what violence is. It's a really, really hard thing to pin down.
Well, I think it would be it might be a mistake to fail to also insert the Christian idea of and Christ's words of specifically when we're talking about like the problems of violence or how to conceive of that. I think it's start with the law, start with the Torah, sure. But then when Christ says even to call your brother Raka is to be and I was actually thinking about that verse earlier today because I think that the equivalent is not the R word that Lance was using earlier, which is, woe be unto thee, Lance, for that language once again. I know you already repented and you're already absolved, but I'll keep poking you about it.
Wait, yeah, where are we at? Oh, I mean, either you're going to be full low church and I'm forgiven upon the asking, or you're going to keep just beating me over the head with it. Which way?
You're in the heretics confession, dude. You don't get out that easy in the heretics confession, but confession booth. But no, Lance, I love you so much. Thank you for being here. But there's a sense in which, oh yeah, my thought earlier, and forgive me, I have intrusive thoughts. To me, the equivalent would be dumb fuck. That's what I tend to call people when I'm really trying to put them down. And so there's a sense in which Christ extends that kind of ill feeling towards your brother to be equivalent to murder. And so I think that it's not just that kind of the Christian idea, and maybe this would be like I'm not necessarily trying to get into an Ordo Amoris conversation, although that might be fun. If
Where's Nick? We need Nick. We need Free William.
If Free William wants to catch me on a Saturday, this is not technically the chill stream, even though we're trying to keep it chill. But if Nick wants the smoke, he should come and join this stream. But yeah, so I would say yes to the Torah, but also that like Jesus complexifies that in a very, very interesting way, which I think you can see as kind of the start of the problem, right? Like Jesus is the one who opens the floodgates for all the liberal empathy weaponizers in, right? Like it's not
Sure.
It wasn't paganism that lets that door open.
Complexifies his own complexifying by calling random ladies dogs and palling her with guys that call other people vipers. So
one might call it absurd, but continue, please.
Yes, but context, and I'm not sure if the calling other folks fools is the same type of violence or a different category.
Well, I mean, me neither, but I'm just trying to understand what Jesus said about it, you know? But yeah, tell us about yourself, Matt. Like, how are you? I think I've seen your face before, but like, how did you find us? When's the last time you were on? Please introduce yourself if you'd be so kind.
Sure. I guess like relatively new to like showing my face on the stream. I've been lurking for a while. I've popped up on a couple PBK estuaries in the last month or two. Neil started my rando, I think about a month or so ago at this point. And yeah, I guess I'm not quite an elder millennial. I'm strictly mid millennial to tie into your earlier discussion here. Living in the Pacific Northwest, went to thought I was going to be a preacher for a while. Went to Bible college, moved from East Coast to West Coast to go to seminary, and that all kind of blew up. And so I'm doing not that.
Yeah. Dan telling us violence. Oh, where's my mouse? Violence is a topic that deserves more thoughtful reflection. It's true, and that actually pins back to one of the things.
Channel altogether.
I mean, yeah, that's true of everything I ever say. Always say at any time. I was thinking about this earlier. Like, I need some branding. One time I heard, I realized that one thing they do in science is they can just say anything, and then they can just be like, "This topic deserves further research," and just leave it at that, you know. And so, like, most of the things I say, just like tag them for, requires more research. But yeah, this is the thing. If you're expecting to get jewels of wisdom or insight here, you've come to the wrong watering hole, pal. Like, this is the place to be goofy and hang out, and like, it's the weekend. I have to be serious for my day job. You mean I can't like goof around on the open internet on the weekend? Get out of here. And if that's Gen X, sue me. If that makes me a part of the Gen X generation, then sue me. All right?
I don't think so. The Gen X are getting old, and they're getting very super serious all of a sudden.
See, Lance, I'm worried that I might have opened the scab. I might have opened the floodgates on the Gen X hate. I think it's coming, dude. I want to warn you.
We can handle it.
I think
you got the hate block is on, dude. You're good.
Bring it.
They've been able to avoid becoming the man for so long, and now they have to deal with it, which means getting shit on by the little guys.
Well, like I said, I do think over the next 10 years, they're starting to come into play, that there are going to be a lot more Gen X that are going to be in more powerful sort of positions or whatever. I think one of the things you could do is you could blame the emergent movement on Gen X, because a lot of the emergent movement people were Gen Xers.
No, that was the big thing came across in that that podcast series PBK pointed to, was like how Gen X and how 90s that whole thing was.
Yeah, and what you saw is the same thing you saw going back to that amazing 1994 film PC University. The split in the emergent is you had that's why, in coming back to what Mo talked about earlier, woke right, woke left, whatever. But there was a split in Gen X. Make no mistake about it. There was
the woke right and the woke left are both flooding into the Orthodox Church right now.
And you know what? We'll heal them. We'll heal them. The church has the path to repentance that will heal them, McMo. We're the hospital for sinners. Like, we're not the perfect people.
You guys will get
Bring them. Come to the hospital. Come to the hospital.
Yeah.
The medicine of
praise God.
The medicine of immortality awaits.
All jokes aside, praise God.
By the way, McMo, I was reading a dissertation this guy did, Orthodox guy, talking about Kierkegaard and Orthodoxy and how it maps onto mysticism, and the kind of that existential leap of faith is really kind of a monastic. You have this. It's not a set of ideas or propositions.
It's beyond the monastic. Like, it's closer to secret knowledge, right? Like, it's Kierkegaard sees the path of a monk being close to what he calls the night of resignation. Right. Like the monk gives up the cares of the world to focus on the one thing that's valuable.
And it is that existential, right? It's that existential crisis moment, right? And then the path. So if you go back to Evagrius Ponticus, would talk about the praxis of the gospel virtues leads to gnosis. We're taking gnosis back from the Gnostics, which is the knowledge of God, which is given by the Holy Spirit. So anyway, he was talking about obviously Kierkegaard would have kicked back against the let's just say kind of it was very individualistic, and then the kind of the body and the communal aspect of what you would see as part of that sacramentology or whatever probably wouldn't map. But at any rate, because I was just curious to see what it was. It was very interesting. And so my patron saint is Gregory Palamas. He defended hesychasm, the Jesus prayer, and the monks against Barlaam. And so like he's my guy. And one of the things is he delved into Gregory's writings, and actually a lot of the things that Gregory is talking about, there are these implicit connections, if not even somewhat explicit connections between Kierkegaard and Gregory Palamas and hesychasm.
That would be I would be fascinated.
Want me to send you that? Send you that dissertation?
Yeah, please do send me that. It did make me think of this meme that I saw literally this morning on the toilet, but it's just got the different Wojaks for some different philosophers. So you got Schopenhauer, Camus with the squirt gun to his head, Nick Land with the term Rawls. It's just just the NPC, Deleuze and Guattari. Yep, 1,000 Plateaus. I don't know if you get, it's like literally looking down on 1,000 plateaus. Bataille, just a freak pervert. Nietzsche, and then I don't know, Evola. Probably, I'm guessing some sort of Nazi. But
he's one of like the right wing, like dissident right wing guys.
Okay, but then we've got Kierkegaard, who's literally cross-brained. Can you believe that?
That's got to end up in some sort of PFP for you or something, doesn't it? I mean, come on, McMo. And he's even got glasses on, the dude. Like, he's got the whole McMo vibe going right there.
Yeah.
You could put your head there with that cross coming right out of your head.
That's me.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm always going to be a sucker to talk about Kierkegaard. I would be fascinated in reading some of that. But I want to get back to what Skankenstein, Matt, came on to talk about, because I want to encourage the fourth wall breaking. I do recognize you from some of Pastor Paul's streams, and I am grateful for you to join us here on the chill stream. So I want to make sure that you've adequately put forth the things you wanted to talk about.
Sure, chum the waters a little bit. One of the things that I kind of dealt with as well is how much of like, it's not a little bit mean, but like a fad Christian pacifism was in like the early 2000s. Like it really had a huge moment right as George W. Bush was in office, war on terror stuff, and that was like a big, huge deal. At the same time that like a lot of folks were talking about like the problems of like Christianity versus empire. And 8 years later, when Obama was elected, and all of a sudden the fad died and everybody disappeared. I know it was like the thing for a minute.
You mean the fad of pacifism?
Yeah, at the very least, like it had a very prominent role in like the grad school discussions for like a good decade, and it very abruptly kind of like disappeared.
Well, I think one of the things I would say what exists today, which is wild, is that there is a total rejection of the neocon and neoliberal wars. And so you see, I mean, to the fact that I just say for myself, which is like I'm so anti United States interventionist wars and all the bullshit. And I would admit, I was someone who got behind the early 2000 wars between, with Afghanistan and Iraq. And then I saw what an absolute carnage those were, and the destruction, and then the lying and everything else, and the money making. Like there's this huge anti-war sentiment that has coalesced. I don't know, right and left that's out there. They're like, we're just done with this stuff. You know what I mean?
Lance, that just reminded me of the Norm Macdonald joke. I can't remember the exact context, but somebody says something and then they're like, and the worst part about it is the hypocrisy.
Yeah, is that well? That was his Bill Cosby joke where Patton Oswalt said he was, and it was in getting coffees in cars with comics in cars or whatever.
That's right. Yeah.
And he said, and Patton Oswalt said, the worst part about it is the hypocrisy. So I thought that was interesting because I thought the worst part about it was the raping.
That was what I wanted to say to you that whole time.
So it's interesting. I've always held this, and I mean it. Like I've felt for a long time, like not that I ever would, but let's just say I were positioned to be a president. Like to some extent, I don't think with my Christian sensibilities I should be president because, quite frankly, that I don't know that I would feel about be the person that would need to send the orders or make the decisions that are necessary sometimes.
Lance, I thought you were going to rise above your Gen X shackles, and we were going to be able to start the Lance Cleaver campaign today on the McMo stream. If you want to see Lance in public office, donate to my Ko-Fi link. You'll find it in the description.
There we go. But I think truly, so the question, here's an interesting question. Can a truly Christian man be president that will follow the true tenets of Christ?
Of course.
And so that's an interesting question because for me, I do think there are. Oh man, we could get into the whole war justification.
Can you become president if you're an honest person, like a very sincere, like someone who tries very hard?
Yes, you could. Yeah, you could.
As honest as Jesus demands of his people.
They're Christian alcoholics.
Can you win?
They're Christian alcoholics. Of course, there can be a Christian president.
Yeah, can you do that? Absolutely. So the answer to that would be absolutely. You can. You absolutely can.
We have no precedent.
Yeah. Well, so here would be the thing that I would just say about.
Are you forgetting about our brothers in the east or west? What are they?
I would just say. So I would just say.
I mean, what was Putin's election like? Did he?
Well, no. But I would just say this: you may hate the man, but Trump says exactly what's on his mind, out in the open all the time. Now you may hate what he says.
That's what he wants you to think, Lance.
But he's literally saying, He's literally saying. Now you guys can shake your heads. He tells you what he's thinking. He's very
like a hypnotist.
I don't.
You're under mind control, Lance.
I don't see how I can lift him up as in some sort of pinnacle or exemplar of honesty.
Well, I said transparency.
Transparency. That's not the same thing as honesty.
Well, but we're getting close to that. No, but if you were to ask me,
no. Like if Trump's an example of transparency.
Oh, 100%. An honest person could be president. I do believe that.
Lance, do you think that the moral majority lost or the moral majority won with the election of Trump?
The moral majority lost a long time ago, and actually the religious right needed to be defeated.
Hot take. The religious right needed to be defeated. We need a Christian president.
No, I said so. Again, I've had this conversation with my friends. This is a weird take I have. But I've actually gone through and I'm like, I do think there are times that probably a president or a leader or a king or whatever you want to say has to make certain decisions that will benefit a larger group of people. But does it meet Christian ethic? I don't know. Because the Christian ethic, like the Jesus ethic, is pretty extreme. And it's not a doormat. It's not a doormat. It's not. It's not passive I get that, whatever. But anyway, I've had this conversation with my friends because, the Jesus ethic is very extreme, and sometimes in a secular government or whatever, I can see why decisions have to be made.
The kingdom of God is violencing forth, right, Lance? And it's the violence that take it by force. Like what do we think that means?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm in this little weird spot.
I think it's not the worst take I've ever heard. Joe, you were shaking your head. Were you unhappy that we were getting into the politics of things? You not like our Grand Emperor Trump being brought up on a Saturday
I
cookout?
apologize for using the T word. That's a word we can't use. So I promise for the
Censored,
rest of this
Lance.
stream,
Censored,
I will
Lance.
not use the T word, and I'll make sure that we keep this. This is Christian YouTube. It's Christian absurdism, and we'll keep it clean.
You know, we had Neil come on, and he wanted to rant about ARC. We had Jonathan came on. He gave us the astrology minute. We had Jonathan. I just said Jonathan. We had Phlebas come on. He wanted to talk about Canadian hockey and pacifism or whatever. Lance has been your Gen X uncle at Thanksgiving saying all the things that make you uncomfortable hour on the McMo stream. This is crazy, Lance. Why are you doing this to me?
You love it. It's absurd.
The Gen Z kids are going to think I'm platforming and enabling
the Gen
the
Z
height
kids
of
are all
toxicity.
right. The Gen Z kids are all right. The Gen Z kids are going to be just fine.
Your Gen Z kids.
Yeah. They're rejecting a lot of the BS.
I want to hear why Joe was shaking his head earlier. He responded quite strongly. I don't think it was just because we said I don't think it was DTS. I could be wrong.
Yeah. I don't give a shit about talking about Trump at all, or like any politician, because I don't give a shit about any of them because it's stupid. And you're like fighting over words, and that was just so perfect to me. It's fucking hilarious.
But that's what we do in the TLC. Come on, man. It's about come on, it's the words, man.
Yeah, but you're like arguing over these words you think you know the meaning of, and you don't really. But yet you continue to argue. And I don't know. It ties to like something. I don't know if I still have it. Yeah. Like I don't know. I don't know if it's a generational thing or not. I don't give a shit about generations. I don't really think about that. I don't even know what they are. But when you like simplify it and stuff like that, and then you think you understand what's going on with the situation, and then you think everyone agrees with you because you watch the news. And so, I know what happened to Rodney King because the news told me. Everyone agrees with me. So it must be true. And then so I don't know. It makes me question whether I should listen to anything you say, really.
Well, so I'll go back. So you first off, you would say that. So for example, we do know that we had a video of police that were beating a black man in the street, right? So that's a fact. So we had the videos there. To say that there was a spirit of those of us who saying, yeah, we're not cool with what was going down there.
I'm not going to argue the conditions of the Rodney King trial with you.
Well, yeah, you did. Well, you just pointed out that to say that. And the fact of the matter is, I don't watch the news. I haven't watched. The news
and that's the point. I don't know. We're not going to know. We don't know. Accept it. Quit arguing and act like you know.
Well,
you don't
but
know.
I'm not gonna buy into your nihilism to say that I don't have any idea of what's going on. There aren't factual things, and people that you've gained trust to have proven to be trustworthy people that seem to be consistently over time with data and everything else providing those sorts of things. So no, I'm not going to buy into your nihilist take that we can't know anything. And we were talking about honesty and transparency. And yes, we could go down to the bottom of those words and what they might mean. I think Matt knew what I meant in a simple sense about honesty versus transparency. We were able to have a conversation and he knew what I was saying. Yes, we can go down to the bottom of the word and you don't know what you're talking about. I reject that entirely out of that. Are we all easily deceived? Absolutely. Are there certain things that I think to be true that aren't? Absolutely. Are there things that I have perceived as an adult human being that I actually do kind of know what's going on in this world? Of course. That'd be absurd. That'd be absurd. And a Christian absurdism, it'd be absurd to say that I don't have any idea of what's happening in my world. But I will give to you that there are certain things that I probably believe pretty strongly right now that ultimately aren't true. So I would give you that, but not everything.
Yeah, I think I hear what Joe's saying too. Is like, I can definitely be tempted in the fun of a little bit of a semantic squabble. I can find joy in that. I do think, however, that there's a difference between saying like we'll never fully understand something and saying like we can't grow in our understanding of something. And so I do think that there is a sense in which, how we figure out what's going on is by like kind of talking to each other and seeing how each other kind of sees the world, and then process. But at the end of the day, every man has to be fully convinced for himself, right? And so,
right, because we have to make decisions, live and move and have our being. And so there are things about consciousness and knowability and the ineffability of God and stuff like that, which are things we can't know. And then there are situations in front of us. Oh man, I didn't want him to go. And then there are situations in front of us to say that we can't. There are times that we actually do know what is happening in events in the world. And we do have enough facts to figure out what actually went on. They've been exposed, and we can have an opinion about those things.
well, Lance, you know the rules as well as I do. We've got a new guest here, Marylander Tim. Welcome, sir. You get the solo layout. Oh, and now I can see the subtext. Subscribe to his channel. Everybody go find. Can you drop something in the comments, Marylander, and we can so everybody knows to go subscribe to your channel. He's doing some of the coolest live performance on the acoustic guitar. It's very high quality audio. I'm just going to keep him full screen while I embarrass him by complimenting him. The camera setup is great. It's vertical. He's doing big numbers, and he's got a beautiful voice, and he's very talented at guitar. It's Tim, our friend, the Marylander. And also, Joe's back.
How y'all
Tim,
doing?
what say you, sir?
And I'm glad you're back, Joe.
I just felt like the vibes were a little too good in here, I just wanted to balance some things out,
Sounds good, man. Balance in all things, even balance.
No, I just wanted to pop in and say hi to you and to Lance, my buddies, and show your audience that we don't hate each other,
If you guys are on the edge of your seat wondering if McMo and the Marylander would ever make up, and would their friendship last an awkward moment on a live stream, and the answer is you'll never know because we'll never tell.
Yeah, some things are on a need-to-know basis.
That's right. That's exactly right. And on this stream, people who wear sunglasses, they get it. We're hiding our identities. We're not trying to be, oh, this is who I am. Like, I mean, some might say that, old Stankenstein down there is being a little bit too liberal with those the eyes God gave him, But as for me and my house, we're gonna wear shades inside, and we're gonna pretend a lot. No, thanks for joining, Tim. But Joe, I don't know if you had something to say. Sorry that your StreamYard cut out.
Yeah, it was acting pretty crazy there. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think that the nihilist. Go ahead.
Principles and principles.
Sorry, go ahead, Joe.
I don't know. It seems to be pretty messed up still. I don't know if you can even hear me.
Sounds good.
I can hear
you. I don't know. I think that was pretty good. I mean, I'm not a nihilist, and I just think you have to be more careful. And when you think back at your life, you think about the Rodney King thing, and it's like this formative experience that you don't even know if it actually happened, and yet you talk about it all the time. And I mean, you can pretend to know, and that's fine, and some things we do have to pretend to know, and that's how we live essentially. But you have to also realize that in the day we live in now, things are much more hard to differentiate what is real and propaganda and what is actually happening in Ukraine and what's actually happening with the politicians. And instead of just assuming that, I don't know, it's when you're listening to the news, you're pretty much, we are herd animals. Your instincts are going to be to just fall in line and fit in with whoever you agree with the most instead of just thinking for yourself. So quit watching the news. And
agreed. No, but I think so. One of the things for me, I go to church with some Ukrainians, and so I always like to and those sorts of things. So like when Hezy's talking about certain things in Israel, whatever. But so for example, I go to church with some Ukrainians and ask them about what's going on, because it was affecting kind of their hometowns and things like that, and what were their opinions and what are true Ukrainians thinking about, so on and so forth. I don't disagree with you that particularly, I would say turn off the news. At the same time, I do think there's a onslaught of information, but I think we might be closer to a time of getting closer to, if you can find the right sources where you can actually get down a level from controlled media, to be able to try and find some folks that you can trust that aren't kind of part of what I would call, whatever that is. Now, again, you have to be careful, because someone can seem very trustworthy and they're not. I mean, you've got to pay attention for a while to see who are the people that stand up over time, because there's grifters who could appear as if they're, good faith actors or so on and so forth. But I do think for the first time, I think actually we're closer to being able to break free from large scale narratives, more easily now than we ever were. What do you think about that, Joe?
Technically true. It's technically true, but I don't think there's a small portion of people that even have like most people are just like worried about. So I wouldn't expect anyone to have any idea who to vote for.
So, at any rate, hello, Mark. I've got to run here a little bit. I got to start getting dinner ready. So, McMo, I wanted to add a little spice into your live stream, bring some of the Lance flavor.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for bringing up the Gen X.
And honestly,
hello,
guys,
Mark.
I see somebody else is joining too. C Money, I'm so sorry. I'm going to have to ask people to give their final thoughts. C Money can give his first thoughts as his final thoughts, but my wife just called. She's done with work. So I need to wrap this thing up pretty quick. So if everybody, we'll start with C Money and go to Tim and then Mark, okay? Or if anybody wants to bow out, that's fine too. But basically, give us your final words. Try to keep it short. I am going to try to upload this beat that I've been working on. But this is your chance. Let the people know what you think at the end of this McMo stream.
Yeah, I actually just jumped on because Joe was asking me to. I was trying to illustrate something that's kind of going on with our culture. I think he and Lance were trying to go back and forth, and there's definitely something about the modern civilization that we're in that's so successful and so ordered and so well structured that we all kind of grow up insulated from like a real experience. And so we're kind of educated based on these abstract concepts that we aren't necessarily first party participants in. And so a lot of our learning comes from this like hearsay level or this abstracted level. And we don't really have an embodied participatory understanding. And therefore, it's not really that meaningful. And so we're kind of conditioned to hear somebody else talk about something and then remember that and regurgitate it confidently. And then we think that's meaningful and that's wisdom and that has implications for our life. And there's something about our modern condition where I think a lot of the younger generation grows up full of these beta thinking ideas and has no idea how to live meaningfully. And that's a lot of the reason we come to these streams, is to try to find real participatory meaning in something that isn't just like a top-down list of abstractions or facts or something like that. So yeah, sorry to be a last guy here, but I wanted to at least come in and try to participate.
Well, crazy way to dip your toes in the water at the McMo stream, but I love it and I appreciate you thinking so deeply with us. Matt, Joe, what you got, bros?
Yeah, I'll yes and it a little bit. Like I agree that like part of the problem is we're just stuck with so much information that's thrown at us, and so much of it extends far beyond any sort of arena that we're able to affect. And so we're told constantly that this is meaningful, the news is meaningful, this war, this election. But like it's going to have consequences for us, but those are so far downstream that it really shouldn't be taking up so much of our brain space, just because you can't do anything about it. And so letting them, I don't know, infect you to the point where it's poisoning the actual relationships in your arena, that's a serious problem.
Joe, you got the final word, brother.
That was awesome. Thanks, C Money, for joining. And McBill usually does these every Saturday and Sunday. But yeah, I'm sure he probably won't be able to do all the time, of course, but he shall try, I imagine. And yeah, I agree with the things you said. That was well, better than I could say it for sure. So glad you hopped in, and you could definitely hop back in tomorrow. And I'd like to toss in a reminder of that a lot of these things should lead to more in-person participation. And like, if you can't do that, at the very least, start with more individual participation with, say, like video calls and voice chatting and things like that. And that with spring coming up, we should be having some campfire action with the general, and we have Midwestuary, and after that there's another one in North Carolina in October. And the tickets are limited for Midwestuary, and they haven't been talking about it yet very much. So once they do, they will probably sell rapidly.
This is very true.
That's about it.
Well said, Joe. I want to say I owe C Money a full screen because he did come on in the proper regalia. So I apologize for not noticing that sooner. But with that said,
I had to fit the spirit, man.
That's right. You're reading the room. I love it.
Unabomber chic.
And so with that, I will remove these kindly gentlemen. I will start playing the visual substrate offered and delivered to us by Upcycle Club. We are very grateful. And I'll play the beat that I made at the beginning of this whole dang thing. So thanks for sticking around, folks. Had a pretty good number of watchers kind of consistently through the video. I really do appreciate that. And I really appreciate if you go to my Ko-Fi and you become a member, or if you don't give a one-time donation. I'm very grateful for that. Helping me do things like get to the Midwestuary. Special shout out to Chad, the girl dad, and his new baby girl, Carolyn. Am I remembering that correctly? That is just an all-time great thing to happen. And so we're very happy for them. Thanks again for everybody who joined. It's too many names to name. Too many names. But I appreciate you all very, very much. And I will see you, hopefully, Lord willing, tomorrow on the Sunday Chill stream, where things will be much more chill. More chill than this? How could they be more chill than this? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out.
And I'm not going to make any more excuses. 1 second. I'm done with excuses. I'm just going to jump in so you know that there is
the same emphasis with a different direction.
Let me put that like that.
How would they do
so
that?
You know
How?
There will be an end to this madness.
1 second, everyone. 1 second.
Okay, so 5 minutes, and this is free jazz. Start the combo.
How do you deprogram
Okay, so
someone
5 minutes
from their face?
This is free jazz.
Condition that takes care of their body on the way up.
Free jazz, y'all.
I think part of it is you have to put a wedge between what they're orienting their process of
1 second, everyone. 1 second.
Jazz.
And one of the wedges they used was a Socratic repetition of tell me how you define X, Y, and Z. Tell me what eternal is. Tell me what the shell is.
1 second.
Tell me what nature is. Just tell me. I don't have anything up my sleeve. It's safe. I mean, you're an avatar of the tradition.
Jazz.
You told me it's taking care of your body on the way by thousands of years of history of your ancestors, of your culture.
1 second, everyone. 1 second.
So it's safe. Just come over here by the campfire. Let's sit down.
This is free jazz,
I want to ask
you
you
guys.
very simple.
And I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm done with excuses. I'm just going to jump in.
Who are you?
This is free jazz, you guys. And I'm not going to make any more excuses. I'm done with excuses. I'm just going to jump in.
Brought onto the scene this hypothetical idea that Descartes wrote a chapter for, and the head was extended. It gave rise to quantitative plant, qualitative certainty became the hypothetical that your body could go on its way to, and instead.
I'm not going to make any more excuses.
1 second.
I'm done with excuses. Knows that there is an end to that.
Ball players do this. Jazz
put that like
do
that.
this.
Improvise. You know,
yeah, you're improvising, but it's like a free flowing.
5 minutes. Glorious. This is free jazz. Yes. We'll start. This is free jazz.
Anyway, it's a free flowing state of consciousness.
1 second, everyone.
Somebody maybe knows what I'm talking about.
Free jazz, y'all.
Just the flow state? Yeah, flow state. Yeah, it's a flow state. I'm thinking of.
Jesus Christ.